Ash Stadium for this matchup. Again, you touched on it during our pre-match show as well, our pregame show here, Patricia, the idea that the humidity was very high in his first round match on Sunday night. The humidity being much, much lower here, you have to anticipate that the physicality will not take as much of a toll on Novak here today.
I would think so. And also, he's already got one match under his belt. So this is home. This is home for him, right? So, that first match playing somebody who he knows is very, it's up and rising star, and it was getting the feel of it. And Djokovic was finding every part in his experience to come out on top. He was on survival mode in that second set, as you mentioned, But that's what experience is. When things get tough, what do? You lean on your experience.
Exactly right. So Svajda is out very quickly. Novak now joining them for our coin toss.
Gentlemen, at the end of the coin toss, just stay with Shelby facing that way for a photo. Hang on, 2 seconds. If you don't see any serve clocks at the back of the court, these two behind me are always on, okay? The rest, you've heard the story, you know how it goes. White one for the towel, red one for the towel. That's about it. If you need anything, something's wrong, let me know. Questions? Shelby, you want to ask Zach if he wants heads or tails? Heads?
Toss is up. Very good toss.
It is heads.
See what Svajda chooses.
This side is good.
Photo, please.
All right, so a photo now for our two competitors with the behind the coin toss. And yeah, Zach Svajda, interesting, Patricia. He is going into the mouth of the lion to start. The best returner of all time will start returning here today against Zach Svajda.
Well, what a great opportunity, though, in this, they were, every player has this dream of playing at the U.S. Open and now playing a name, and with the loads of achievements that he's done. He's just one of the all-time great.
Yep.
Just what a great opportunity, though.
Let's get a quick update from over on Armstrong as Emma Raducanu is closing in on the first set. Our first update from Prim Surapata. Prim?
Good morning, Mike and Patricia. Yes, Emma Raducanu is closing in very, very quickly here in the opening set. In that last game to go up 5-2, she served so well, hit a couple aces, and also did a good job using her serve and placement of it to set up a 1-2 punch. And she just looks really confident out here heading into this year's U.S. Open. She mentioned it's the first time in a while since she won the title here in Flushing in 2021. The first time that she can really look back and just have some positive memories. Perhaps maybe over the last several years she felt the pressure and the weight of expectations, and so I think some of those positive memories and the positive mindset is really coming to play out here as she steps into the ball and hits a backhand winner cross court. And she's up 30-15 here, a couple points away from taking this opening set very decisively against Janice Chen, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Prim. Yeah, I'm looking at just numbers here for Raducanu. The stats are off the charts. 9 winners, 4 unforced errors, serving 76%. I mean, that is high level from Emma Raducanu.
Oh, absolutely. Getting back to everybody all around, we hear it a lot. You got to have fun with what you're doing. And I remember watching Emma the year that she won. Not that I knew she was going to win. That was before, but I noticed, wow, because she stood out. Because, a lot of players are very stressed, and I get that. But then when somebody they're having the life of a lifetime, the time of their life, you're like, wow, and this is, I'm seeing a little bit of that, maybe not to the, calmness and enjoyment at that time, but much better than a few years ago.
100%, and we kind of alluded to it during, while we were doing play-by-play. It is such a different experience where you can't even, suddenly you go from being able to do whatever you wanted, leaving home just to go grocery shopping, suddenly, literally within the span of 3 weeks, her life is completely different. She can't go out to go to the grocery store. She can't go out to dinner without being hounded at home.
Right.
I mean, I can't fathom what that would be like for an 18, 19-year-old to have to suddenly deal with that incredible life change in 3 weeks to needing some security, needing to all of these extracurriculars that we don't think about. And I think now it seems like she's back to a place where she's handling the expectation and just being in the moment.
And as you know, Mike, you know, to be successful on this journey, right?
Yep.
Everybody goes through the teen years. They don't have a childhood.
Yep.
You don't, because if you're good, you don't have that, right? So she didn't have a childhood, you know, to begin with. But then on top of that, with all this things demands on her as an 18, it makes things really can put you in the dark.
Yes. And I'm glad to see that she's finding the light right now. As we bring you back inside Ash, we're going to be talking a lot about Novak. I want to make sure as somebody who's covered Zach a long time, I was texting with him yesterday. The big thing for him, I mentioned it earlier today as well, his father, Tom, who was such an instrumental part of his development as a player, and also his brother Trevor. His dad, Tom, diagnosed with stage 4 cancer last year. It has been a very difficult battle for Tom. I don't know if he was able to make it. They were hopeful that he was going to be able to travel from California to see his son play there, but Zach is just like, it's been such a gut-wrenching story and up time for him. I'm happy for him that he's getting this moment and that his dad, who's battled so hard for the last year, gets to see it here today.
And we send the family strength.
Yes.
The strength. It's you know, tennis, that's what tennis, one of the beauty about tennis is the tennis court is a safe haven.
Yep.
That's where, if you want to do good, you leave all the outside turmoils of challenges and whatever that comes with it, and you have to focus. So this is his playtime.
Yes.
And I hope that he can play his heart out.
I hope so, too. Very good ball striker. Novak Djokovic, however, 35-0 in his career in first and second rounds here in New York. Has lost in the third round 3 times, 0-5, 0-6, and last year to Alexei Popper. 91-14 in his career. Only trails Jimmy Connors in U.S. Open wins. 4-time champion in 2011, 2015, 2018, and 2 years ago in 2023. He is coachless here this week is Novak. That was an interesting dynamic of that match against Lerner Tien as well. He was screaming at the box and also asking them for technical advice on his backhand.
Was it what the gesture was? Because I saw he did some gesture.
Yeah, he was asking for help with his backhand, which again boggled my mind. How does Novak Djokovic ask for backhand advice from anyone?
Right. That's a state of mind that he was in, right?
Yes,
so not playing matches since Wimbledon and get you a little bit, you know, doubting.
Yep, exactly right. So Svajda is serving from the near side. Serve T good. Backhand from Djokovic. Svajda forehand up the line to a Djokovic backhand cross. Svajda backhand looped middle, misses long. Again, Svajda chose to serve here. He's wearing we'll call it a sky blue top, dark blue bottom, blue shoes, and a backwards cap as always. The white Technofiber, distinctive white Technofiber racket. Serve into the body, gets a backhand, goes cross, loopy. Djokovic backhand cross. Svajda goes backhand middle. Again, a little bit loopy from him. Svajda forehand inside out to a Djokovic backhand cross. Svajda backhand cross. Djokovic backhand middle. Svajda inside out forehand short. Slice back from Djokovic into the net. It's 15-all.
15-all.
It is a little bit loopy here, having watched a lot of Svajda even this summer. I called all 5 as his matches in Newport this year. This looks like he's trying to just settle in a little bit here.
And that's the best way to do. You know, nerves are still in control of your body. Mm-hmm. You know, that's the best way to get rid of a lot of nerves is by hitting a lot of balls, moving more on the court.
Second serve good. Djokovic backhand up the line to a backhand Svajda middle. Djokovic backhand just catches the baseline. Now Novak run around forehand to a Svajda forehand up the line that misses long. It's 15-30. Svajda coached by David Nenkin and a new addition to his team, Ray Sarmiento, former star at USC, 22 years of age, just 5'9", comes in 145, has moved to 126 in the live rankings. His career high 102. It was right around the time, actually, that his father was diagnosed with cancer, and you just haven't seen him get back to this level until an incredible summer. 2 challenger titles. 15-30, second serve. Djokovic forehand inside out to a Svajda backhand cross. Djokovic backhand middle. Svajda goes backhand middle. Djokovic forehand middle. Svajda forehand up the line to a runaround forehand Djokovic. Svajda matches with a backhand. Djokovic running forehand lands on the outside of the near sideline, and Novak will have 2 break chances here early.
And I was just thinking before that Djokovic hit that last winner, was thinking, oh, they're just testing each other out with depth and strength and spin and so forth, right before Djokovic pulled that inside-out winner.
So 2 chances, serve long. And this is the one thing I don't think Svajda can afford to be safe like this. He's going to have to be a little bit more aggressive. Second serve good. Djokovic goes forehand middle. Svajda inside out forehand. That lands just good. Djokovic back in. Svajda back in. Djokovic run around forehand. Svajda goes back in through the middle. Just catches the baseline. Now he gets a forehand. Goes right through the middle. Djokovic forehand rolled to the deuce corner. Svajda forehand rolled as well. Now Svajda gets a forehand. Goes up the line. Djokovic backhand cross into the net. 30-40.
Good use of the depth of the court from Svajda, just, with his loopy shots. And you can see by the time that Djokovic hits, it actually bounces above his shoulders, which is very hard to attack.
It is indeed, but we certainly also know that Djokovic is going to make those adjustments here to step in, take it a little bit off the bounce, and take that early if he needs to. 30-40, serve into the net for Svajda. 2 of his first 6 against the best returner in the world. Second serve good. Djokovic forehand middle. Svajda forehand loop behind him. Djokovic backhand cross to a Svajda backhand middle. Djokovic forehand middle. Svajda inside out forehand to a Djokovic backhand middle. Svajda rolls a forehand. Djokovic forehand up the line to a Svajda forehand back up the line. Djokovic backhand cross off the net and stays on his side. We're at deuce.
Deuce.
The crowd is already showing support for Svajda.
Quiet kid, doesn't give you a lot. In fact, I've always said this about him, calling a lot of challengers. You cannot tell from his face whether he is winning or losing. You have no idea. Very flat emotionally there. That's something coaches have been working on with him to try to show a little bit better positive energy. You love that when he's losing.
Right.
You want some fist pumps and come-ons when, in those tough moments.
Well, yeah, when you're looking at the 5-all, 6-all, break points, something like that too.
Yes.
But I just think some players just
don't have
they
it.
don't do that.
Nope. No, they do not.
It's a preference.
It is. It's a game point here for Svajda, who got a free point off of his serve. Yeah, I think it's better to be kind of emotionally
even
level.
keel.
Yeah. Second serve good. Djokovic backhand through the middle, misses long, so Svajda does fight off the break chances. And a
Sigh
huge
of relief.
exhale there from him. Okay, now I can play. We'll see what happens here.
I'm on the board. I'm on the
Got one.
board. Got 1%.
And breathe. Okay, so Svajda on the board first. Should also point out break chances for Emma Raducanu in the second set already. This is quite a level from Raducanu here today. We'll get to Prim here in just a couple of moments. Does look like Zach's brother Trevor was in the box. Good to see him. A rising junior at SMU under the direction of Grant Chen. Should point out that Tomas Martin Echeverry, first set stolen from Yuri Lehechka, 6-3 over on court number 5. A guy who comes through the clay but also plays very well on hard courts. Could be a really dangerous floater in that portion of the draw.
That's such a difficult task for the clay quarters to adjust the speed.
He's done really well, though, of taking on a lot more hard court events to get better, knowing big picture. That's going to make that big rankings jump. It's going to be a second serve here for Novak. Light blue top, dark blue shorts. Serve is good. Svajda rolls a forehand short. Djokovic forehand to a Svajda forehand again, rolled middle. Djokovic forehand cross. Svajda tracks that down. That is his flat swat on the run. Misses that one into the net. 15 love here for Djokovic.
That's a bit of a desperate forehand from Svajda. Got caught in the corner for a deep, like 10 feet, a good 10 feet behind the baseline. There was nothing to do but slap at it.
We've got about, I'd say, 15 feet of shade on this near side. Serve is good. Svajda backhand to a Djokovic inside out forehand. Svajda backhand middle. Djokovic run around forehand. Svajda goes backhand cross. Djokovic backhand cross. Svajda backhand up the line is into the net. It's 30 love.
30.
Yeah, quiet start, isn't it?
This is the start of, Svajda. I think, he's still settling down. Where we saw the first set, he got in trouble with his serve. And this game, Djokovic is not doing a whole lot But I see Svida is just like a little uneasy. As we mentioned before, Mike, there's a lot of settling down to do and getting comfortable in the situation.
Svida having desperate moments here. Drop shot from Djokovic. Svida there, goes cross. Djokovic there with a volley. Clean winner into the ad corner. Game points here for Novak.
Good speed picked up from Svida, way back behind the baseline to track that drop shot down from Djokovic. Not good enough. A lot to learn from these youngsters. You know, it's not just about hitting ball, but then when you're in trouble, how do you get out of trouble in the first step? And then secondly is how do you put your opponent in trouble too? This is what separates the difference of the experience versus the ones coming in.
Yep, absolutely. Backhand here from Svida through the middle. Djokovic inside out backhand. Running forehand Svida. Backhand cross from Djokovic. Catches the baseline. Clean winner on that wing. Quick little hold to love, and the pressure goes back on Zach Svida.
And I just have this feeling Djokovic is going to be like all business, which he is always all business. Sometimes he's just like, okay, I'll just lose the first set and get, and get my feel. But I have a feeling that he's not going to let that happen.
So add 1 game all. Important here for Svida to start finding the first serve. 3 of 8 in his opener. Toss goes up. Serve is good out wide. It's an ace. As if he heard me.
He heard you. Vibes.
Full box for Svida. I don't see, I'm looking there, I don't see his dad. Kelly Wolf is agent there. But yeah, full 15-person box. Second serve, Svida, good. Forehand now rolled up the line to a Djokovic backhand middle. Svida rolls a forehand to a Djokovic forehand inside in. Svida running forehand, misses that one well long. Patricia, again, the shape here from Zach is different than usual. There's much more shape to his strokes here today than normal. It's much, I'm not going to say flat, but it's a little bit flatter than what we're seeing today.
Oh, really?
Possible nerves.
Oh, this is flatter.
No, this is more shape.
I was going to say this is more shape. Yes.
Right, I'm used to flatter from him than this kind of shape, especially on that forehand.
And I really think that's a tactical.
Okay.
That's a tactical call because, I'm watching Djokovic hits. He's hitting above his shoulders.
Okay.
Right? Because if you get Djokovic anything waistline height, he's the best in this game.
Interesting. Okay, backhand to backhand we go now. A slice from Djokovic to a forehand Svida. Djokovic backing up the line to a running forehand Svida. Djokovic back up the line, misses just long. And again, just has this weird shadow swing on the backhand side as Svida does get it to 40-15.
And we were saying earlier how players, can make something and get in their own head. So I think this backhand thing, because he was doing it in the last match, asking for help for his backhand. I mean, he's.
It's been a little bit odd early, but we're going to let him settle in. He's deserved that right as the 4-time champion here at the U.S. Open. 24 Grand Slam titles. Svida does get a free point on his serve, and he leads 2-1 at the first sit-down. Meanwhile, over on Armstrong, this is quite a performance from Emma Raducanu. Let's get an update from Prim Surpapat.
Hey, Mike and Patricia, I was hoping you would come to me soon. Otherwise, I'm going to be off and running pretty quickly. This match is going so quickly. I'm going to have to get prepared for the post-match interview. I mean, yes, 45 minutes in, and Emma Raducanu, the 2021 U.S. Open champion, she has jumped out to a 6-2 2-love lead, serving here to go up a double break. And she's just been playing with so much confidence. Much of the themes that we talked about in the first set have continued here as there's an exchange between her and Chen, a back and forth cross court as she goes for the slice forehand. Chen going for the inside out forehand. And that forehand is out, and with a pump of the fist, Emma Raducanu goes up. Double break here, 3-love. And in her box, guys, as you know, she was doing a trial with Rafa Nadal's former coach, Francisco Roig, and they decided, yes, this is going to be, we have some potential here, so they signed a contract, and he's been pretty vocal over there in the box, and as she's sitting down over the break, she's looking over at him, and at one point he was telling her to just continue moving through the court and stepping in. She's been doing that.
And that's a great call, Prib, because that is what I have noticed different from Raducanu, and also from her serve. You know, she's going after it with rhythm, though, because you can go after shots with, force and it doesn't go anywhere. But she just seems to have better timing with her serve, stepping through her shots, be very decisive. Now, Prim, do you see that this is because, Shen coming in, she's got a lot of wins under her belt, as we said, noted earlier. Is this just like the level of difference that Emma is just steamrolling this match?
Yeah, I do think that it's a little bit of that, just kind of maintaining that momentum that we've seen. But honestly, I think some of it is, we've seen the ups and downs over the past several years since she, really had that big breakthrough in 2021. I think it took her some time, as you all talked about earlier, for her to just kind of adjust to the fame, the attention, the big stage, the expectations. And so I think her game tactically and technically has grown and progressed, but also she's matured too. I mean, she's still so young, and I think we're just seeing all around growth from her.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prim. Yeah, Francisco Roig, a lot of experience with Rafa Nadal for a lot of years. Also, you had Mark Pecci helping Raducanu a lot through this summer as well. There are a lot of great minds around her and really starting to come into form. And yeah, to your point, 13 winners, 7 unforced errors, serving again right now, still at this incredibly high percentage. So impressed with the level here today for Emma Raducanu. We'll keep you updated on that one. Prim also will have post-match interview for that matchup. Looks likely like it'll be Raducanu. Novak Djokovic serving here, back on Ash from the far side right now. 1-2 in this opening set, 15 love. Serving from sun into shades. Second serve, good. Svida to a backhand, from Raducanu. From Djokovic, backhand to backhand we go. Djokovic, backhand middle. Svida, backhand middle as well. Djokovic, backhand middle. Run around forehand for Svida. Djokovic tracks down a backhand lands good. Svida inside out forehand. Djokovic backhand to a Raducanu. Why am I saying Emma Raducanu so much? I'm just so impressed with her level. Running backhand from Svida. He slips. A lob from Djokovic. Svida forehand. The lob misses long. Completely lost his footing. I don't think either player is happy with what just happened there. In fact, Djokovic left shaking his head, knows he would have been in trouble had Svida not slipped.
Wow, long rallies from both players here. That slip, and then got himself back together and just got disoriented. It's interesting that Djokovic made a gesture, though, around his eyes, head, circling. Like, I wonder if he's saying he's dizzy or something.
Not. Yeah, we'll see. He always...
It's always something.
Struggles with something within a match. Serve out wide is good. It's an ace for Novak Djokovic. His first of the day. Just 3 of 7 first serves so far for Novak.
Svida is willing to stay in the point with the rallies. He's staying within his lane. He's just going to get the most out of this.
Serve and volley, but no volley is necessary as that return misses well wide. So a perfect, despite the serve issues early, 4 of 8, has not lost a point on serve so far. 2 games all early in this one.
That must be so nice to have the ability to just serve it love. A 40-50, never get challenged.
I wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know. Not anymore.
But yeah, it's going to be important for Svida at least to show a little bit of something here in terms of an offensive threat at some point. Otherwise, Novak is going to get very comfortable, make the adjustments that we certainly know he's capable of. Svida gets 3 point on his serve for 15 love.
That's a very, very good point, because if you want to win the match, you can't just stay toe-to-toe with the opponent. At some point, you got to have the lead.
Yeah. As you can hear, the team is working with Novak. Again, I find that absolutely wild. As Svida pops an ace, 3rd of the day. 30 love.
Maybe they're talking about the backhand.
Could be. Again, we were so flummoxed the other day. I mean, what do you say about Novak's backhand, really?
Yeah.
What can what can us mere mortals do? And you think about Andy Murray as well, right? I mean, that was one of the things he said. He couldn't provide technical advice to Novak, and that's pretty telling, right?
Yep.
We go backhand to backhand right now. Svida backhand on the run. Volley from Djokovic is into the net. Really good ball from Svida to find the feet of an approaching Djokovic. And game points here for Svida.
That was an awkward movement from Djokovic. He transitioned to the net, but he only made it to the service line and just reached out instead of going behind the volley, moving forward with it.
Game points, Svajda, serve good. Forehand up the line from Djokovic. Svajda rolls the forehand to a Djokovic, backhand up the line. Svajda forehand middle. Djokovic backhand middle. Svajda goes back into a Djokovic, backhand up the line. Running forehand, Svajda misses by just a couple of inches. That was the first time it felt like he flattened out that forehand with some intent.
Right, and I'm like, they had the exchange of like eight rallies there, but Djokovic is hitting very safely in this zone where if you carve the court up A, B, C, D, he's only between B and C.
Correct.
Not doing a whole lot with it.
But he's not getting really pushed either, so he's very comfortable working his way into it. Svajda in, lob from Djokovic. Svajda backtracks, overhead, good. And it is 3-2. It's an interesting point, Patricia, because I think he realizes he's not getting threatened on his serve yet, so he can kind of work in and figure out how he wants to attack. I mean, he's such a cerebral person, right?
Right.
I have no qualms with what he's doing right now, but I think you're right. Playing through the middle third, just kind of see what's happening, and I think he's going to take it up when he needs to if it gets to 4-all, 5-all.
Yes, but I'm just a bit surprised that because I'm certain that he doesn't want to stretch his match longer than really needs to, right?
Yep.
Based on what happened the other night. So maybe he's still figuring out his opponent. I don't know.
It's also, listen, it's been 6 weeks since he played in Wimbledon, right? First day match for him since Wimbledon as well.
I don't remember him playing day match ever.
Yeah, it's very, very rare.
Yeah.
So, there are sight lines with sun. You've got the sun and shade mix as well. It's just one of those things. It feels very much through these first 5 games like he's just working his way into this match, and something tells me he's going to be fine. We should point out Emma Navarro looking good now after trading breaks early. 6-2, 2-love for Navarro over Katie McNally. Also a first set in the books for Brandon Nakashima, the 30 seed 6-4 over Jerome Kim. And Azarenka 5-3 right now in the first set on Stadium 17 over Pavlyuchenkova.
Wow, the Navarro match and McNally match, I know she just zipped right through after it was 2-1.
Yes, and has lost 1 game since then.
Yes.
That's not bad.
Not bad at all. But that's a tough matchup. I feel like playing a countryman, countrywoman, it's always tough. More countrywoman, I think. Men, they just do their thing.
That's an interesting thought.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to think about that, actually.
Really? Yeah, because women are more emotional. They get stressed easier, right? Then they deal with things differently.
Patricia, as somebody who covers a lot of men's challengers, the emotions of the 22-year-old young men are all over the place.
They are all over the place.
You just happen to have a good one in James Trotter that you're keeping an eye on. He seems to be pretty good.
He's pretty stable. Yeah, I do have Justin as well, who's 23, so I got a 23 and a 26. Yeah, they're pretty stable.
Yeah, they are.
But I must say the 23 is a little bit wobbly sometimes.
Yes, it is. Novak Djokovic, it's been a few years since he saw 23 years of age. 15, in fact. Serve is good. Svajda goes through the middle. Djokovic inside out. Backhand is into the net. That's the first point he's lost on serve. It's love 15.
He didn't move. Djokovic did not move after that serve. The return came back to the middle. He just took to the right and hit a backhand instead of moving to his left to hit his first. He likes to hit that first ball with his forehand.
So at love 15, 2-3, a little bit of cloud cover, so no shade to worry about for the moment. Serve, good. Svajda forehand middle. Djokovic inside out forehand. Svajda tracks it down with the backhand. Djokovic backhand up the line. Running lob from Svajda. Djokovic backtracks. It lands good from the baseline. Overhead, good up the line. That's a tough ball, and he makes it look so easy for 15-all.
Right on. Svajda did a great job tracking down that ball and hit a very high lob. And the lob landed no man's land. And that's a very deep, but to hit a winner out, he made it look easy, like you said.
2-3, 15-all. Raducanu now 5-love in the second.
Wow.
My goodness.
Wow. The express train.
Serve, T, long. That's why I get for picking Janice Chen. That's my fault. I'm going to take the blame for that performance.
Hey, to trust. She is going to come, not today.
Yeah, it's
maybe
gonna
not
come.
today. I mean, look, keep that an eye out on her.
Second serve here for Djokovic. Good. Svajda backhand up the line. Djokovic backhand cross. Svajda backhand through the middle. Djokovic inside in forehand to a Svajda forehand. Djokovic inside out forehand to a Svajda backhand up the line. Pure as the fallen snow. Right up the line for a clean winner and an opening here at 15-30.
Wow, handled that redirection from across court on his backhand up the line, right in the corner winner. Oof.
That is a backhand that I've seen quite a bit. It is such a... Watching him practice is a thing of beauty. 15-30, 2-3. Despite about 10 feet behind the baseline. Serve Djokovic is long, trying to slide her tee. 22 minutes in. Djokovic serving just 42% right now. Big second serve here, 15-30. Serve good. Svajda forehand to Djokovic, backhand cross. Svajda backhand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line to a forehand from Svajda. Djokovic slices a backhand middle. Svajda inside out forehand. Djokovic backhand cross that misses long. Zach Svajda has 2 break chances here at 15-40.
When Djokovic was on, on his best form, he would hit from the forehand after his serve up to 75% of the time. But so far, I'm seeing him hitting a lot from the backhand side, and I'm wondering why, especially when he's not feeling great from that side.
So first break chance for the American. Djokovic serve tee just misses by a very thin margin. Djokovic, I think, would love to be able to see that, but doesn't want to disrupt his rhythm. So a second serve now. Tosses up, serve, Djokovic, good. Svajda backhand middle. Djokovic forehand inside into a Svajda forehand up the line. Djokovic backhand back up the line. Lob from Svajda. Will it land good? It does in no man's land. Djokovic overhead, good into the ad corner. 30-40.
He's very accurate with those bounce overheads. And that is something that a lot of players don't practice. They practice overheads, hitting the overhead in the air, but not letting it bounce. But the top players practice that as well.
Hopefully you're enjoying the call here on U.S. Open Radio. We're at the Chase Center. It was interesting just seeing Rohan Bopana just walk by. You get to see some of the best in the world if you're also hanging out with us here at the Chase Center. 30-40 at 2-3. Djokovic near side. Serve. Good. Svajda has to swat at it. It lands just wide. A couple of break chances fought off. Both players now 0 for 2. Deuce now.
We do have a pretty sweet view from our studio.
It's a lot of good people watching.
Yes, and it brings energy. So please come by, wave to us, say hi. We'd love that.
Deuce serve for Djokovic near side is good. Svajda forehand to Djokovic for an inside out in behind it. No, he's not. Stays back. Backhand from Djokovic. Svajda gets a backhand, goes cross. Djokovic backhand cross lands on the baseline and good. Another backhand slice up the line. Svajda running forehand cross. Djokovic forehand cross. Svajda forehand up the line to a Djokovic backhand cross. Backhand from Svajda. Djokovic backhand up the line. Running forehand. That's the slapper that he loves to hit, but just misses long from Svajda. And a game point here for Novak.
Long rallies, lots of court coverage for both players. Svajda got pushed on his right to the right. Last time he slapped it in the net. This time he slapped it out. So watch for the slapper.
It's everybody knows it at the challenger level. If you get him on the run,
he'll slap.
You better be covering cross. You have to cover the slap cross, which is also not something you hear very often. Cover the slap cross is not a term we ever use. Novak Djokovic, world number 7, serve here. Good up the tee, chip return lands good. Djokovic forehand up the line, misses it into the deuce corner. Back to deuce we go.
Shaking his head, just can't believe he missed that inside in.
I can't either, frankly. It's sometimes tennis comes for us all, right? I mean, age catches up with us, and you're just not as sharp the farther you go along. That's why I think it's been so remarkable to see that gold medal performance last year. Semifinals, all 3 Grand Slams.
Yep.
Not at his best throughout, but goodness. Forehand through the middle. Djokovic goes forehand to a Svajda. Forehand up the line. Djokovic backhand cross. Svajda digs that out through the middle. Djokovic forehand good. Svajda forehand inside out. Running backhand. Djokovic cross. Svajda backing up the line. Long and a game point. We should point out Emma Raducanu has closed things out. What a performance over there. 2-1 over Janice Chen.
That's a solid performance for Emma Raducanu. As we had kept saying, time and time again, she looks good out there. She looks clean and motivated and just very calm on the court. Centered is the word I like to use. Centered on the court. And we congratulate her and wish her more matches to come with that mentality.
We'll hear from her coming up in just a little bit with Prince Repapata as Djokovic gets the 3-point on a slider serve up the tee. 3 games all. Last game with these original balls. Navarro up a set and 2 breaks on Katie McNally. Yuri Lehechka has turned things around in his match with Tomas Martin Echeverry. 4-love, 2-break lead in the second set. All happening here. 6 courts in action on day 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, behind the players,
at the US
take
Open.
your seats quickly, please. Thank
Indeed.
you.
I love the fact that
Behind the players.
over
Thank
the
you.
last couple of years, we've allowed fans to have a little bit more
Yes.
movement on those sidelines.
Yes.
It's a matter, though, of just making sure not to distract the players right behind each other.
Exactly, because
The
that's where the
north-south.
toss.
Yes.
You know, that's where the toss goes up. That's a
Thank you,
returner
gentlemen.
looking at the
Players are ready.
toss,
Thank you.
so it's hard for both players.
So you hear some fans heckling the ones who are sitting down right behind Zach Svajda. Allowed them to do the heckling rather than the players. So here we go, 3-all. In this opening set on Ash, serve is into the net. Again, as the sun has popped back out. Svajda on the far side in the sun, Djokovic on the near side in the shade. Serve good, return through the middle. Svajda goes backhand cross, Djokovic backhand cross as well. Svajda tracks that down, backhand middle. Djokovic backing up the line to a running forehand. Svajda, Djokovic backhand middle. Svajda goes backhand middle with shape. Djokovic forehand cross, Svajda tracks that down, forehand cross. Djokovic forehand cross will miss long. This was actually, as I called it on Sunday night, had Tien given me this that Svajda's doing in terms of just the continuous repetitions, only 3 unforced errors,
Right.
I don't know that Novak's here today. That's how it felt within the match.
Yes, and we saw that in the second set,
Yes.
where Tien was actually starting to put more balls on the court.
Yes.
Yeah, and then his coach Michael Chang did say that, you know,
Yes.
cut down the errors, hit another ball.
Now a backhand exchange. Svajda goes back into Djokovic backhand cross that is pulled wide. And again, a very weird follow-through motion from Djokovic, walking off balance, almost like in clown shoes there for a second.
Looked like a golf, follow through there. He is very uncomfortable on that side.
He is. And that is, you have to start targeting that a little bit, right? 3-all, 30-love. Svajda, serve T is a let.
First set.
And the thing is, Djokovic is not even protecting that side that he's uncomfortable, because usually that's what you do. You run around the uncomfortable side to hit more with the other side.
Yeah. Clean up the forehand side for Zach Svajda. 6th winner to go along with 3 unforced errors. Just such a clean ball striker. Yeah, just made that look very easy himself, just inside the baseline.
Boy, that racket whip looks so light in his hand, and explosiveness into the shot.
Gets a free point off of his serve as well. So far, so good. Zachary Svajda holding up well. He's got it to 4-3 into a ball change on Ash here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, among the dignitaries watching this one courtside right now, Craig Tiley, tournament director for the Australian Open. He and Novak, a bit of a history.
A little bit.
Novak's won a few times down there, right? A couple times?
A couple times.
Couple
Just
times.
A,
He's
just,
okay down
just,
there.
Yeah.
Serve here for Novak Djokovic, who's thrown on a white baseball cap as he's dealing with the sun from the far side. New balls, 3-4. Serve just long, 10 of 19 so far on the serves here for Novak. Just 99 miles an hour on that slider out wide. Second serve here for Novak Djokovic. Good. Svajda forehand through the middle. Djokovic forehand up the line. Svajda goes backhand cross. Djokovic backhand slice. Lands good. Svajda backhand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line. Running forehand Svajda. Djokovic forehand cross. Svajda goes forehand cross. Djokovic forehand up the line. Perfect. Clean winner. 7th of the day. 15 love.
Much better hit from his backhand in that point anyways, finding his depth down the line and a sharp cross court.
Yeah, not bad. We saw that forehand line winner from Svajda in the last, now one from Djokovic to match. 7th winner, 7 unforced errors, 6 and 3 for Svajda. Serve into the net. Good. Looked like that left shoulder just completely collapsed on that first serve.
Yeah, we're looking at 53% first serve in from Djokovic. That's very low for him.
It feels very much like a repeat-ish performance from Sunday night. Second
I
serve.
I hear you.
Good.
Yes.
Svajda with the backhand to a Djokovic backhand middle. Svajda forehand off the net. It's going to be pushed wide. One of those things where he's fine. He's got his shirt covering his eyes right now. It's possible that this is sun. This could be a sun issue on that far side. We saw it was the same look earlier when he was serving from that far side with the sun.
True. Hope so. I hope it's just the sun and not a health issue.
Yes. Regardless, 3-4, 30 love. Tosses up. Serve is into the net. I genuinely think that's what it is on this far side.
Okay.
Until I'm proven wrong, which happens a lot. Just ask my child. Second serve here for Novak, although she'll tell me I'm wrong about everything. Second, good. Svajda forehand through the middle, lands just long, and game points here for Djokovic.
You may be right. He's wiping his eyes again. Yes, that glare in the sun afterwards, it's just you're blinded. It's what it is. Not many players wearing sunglasses on the court. Only a few.
Jamie Loeb.
Yeah.
My friend Jamie.
Joint. No?
Oh, Maya Joint. Yeah, that's a good shout. Chip return, forehand from Djokovic. Running forehand, Svajda lands short. Drop shot from Djokovic. Svajda will be there. Forehand up the line for a winner. 40-15 now.
The drop shot is a bit too long, and Svajda's got good court coverage. Got up there with plenty of time, doing whichever he wanted, and ended up with a down-the-line winner.
Yeah, our producer Jaime pointing out that Novak does wear contacts, so that could be, an issue if it's a little bit dry down there. If he's looking up into the sun, that could be certainly something that factors in. Game point, serve is into the net, and I wish we had the breakdown of the serve percentage from that far side in the sun and the shade side. That would be an interesting contrast there.
But he's leaning in on his first serve a lot, like pulling down with his left shoulder.
Correct. Backhand up the line, winner from Djokovic, but. Yeah, and it looks like the serve pace on that far side is a little bit lower as he's trying to find that toss with a slider. He's using a lot of slice serves on that far side.
Yes. And typically with Djokovic, when you slice on that deuce side, it's more of a racket work in the ball. But if you look on heads on, his entire right shoulder plummets down.
Yeah.
So for that to happen, that left hand is coming down. And he's missing a lot in the net.
This is where we expect the best from Novak for all. Really good depth on that return. Draws an error out of Svajda for love 15. Always expect him to take it to the next level here.
He's so many gear. He has so many gears that he can go to.
I don't think he's gotten out of second yet.
No, it's scary.
Yeah. Love 15, serve out wide is an ace for Svajda. 4th of the day.
Svajda is picking up. As the match goes on, this set anyways, I see comfort from Svajda. He's just doing his thing. Yep. The ground strokes, being consistent, and not, and once in a while come up with aces
yes.
and winners from that backhand.
Yep. 15-all. Missed first serve. Second serve is good. Djokovic forehand cross. Svida rolls a forehand to a Djokovic backhand up the line. Running forehand, Svida. Djokovic forehand goes cross. Svida forehand cross. Djokovic forehand up the line. Svida there with a backhand slice. Volley from Djokovic there. Svida, does he get to it? Lands good. Djokovic forehand into the ad corner, and he's asking Maria Sikak, was that an up clean shot or not? Regardless, stayed composed and put that away. 15-30. We're going to have a look at it on the instant replay here. He put away a touch volley and didn't think Svida was going to get anywhere close. It was a double bounce.
It was a
we
double.
see it now.
It was a double. Yeah, because he stopped playing.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was going to be, it would have been overturned on review. I don't think there's any question about that. .30 serves Svida into the net. Djokovic taking one step out to his left, pretty much outside, 1 foot outside of the singles line, right on top of the baseline. Serve good. Djokovic, big forehand. No, he just rolls it to a Svida backhand. Djokovic backhand middle. Svida goes backhand cross. Djokovic backhand cross. Svida backhand middle. Run around forehand for Djokovic. Svida has a forehand, goes cross. Djokovic forehand cross. Great angle. Svida forehand up the line. And no response from Djokovic. That is a huge forehand up the line from Svida for 30-all.
Wait, is that a slap? Was that a slap? That was a slap, wasn't it?
Yes.
Going down the line instead of cross court. What a great point and what great court coverage from Svida. Yeah, he was challenged from all over the court, and to come up with a down the line winner when he was completely pulled off on the forehand, spectacular.
Misses another first serve. 4-all, 30-all. Svida serving from the shadows into the sun. Second serve, good. Djokovic misses the return. That is a pretty aggressive second from Zach Svida. Grabs a game point.
And threw Djokovic off balance on that forehand completely, and you don't see that often.
You do not. So game point for Zach Svida. Takes a look over at Djokovic, ready to go. Serve, tee, good. Short return. Svida with the forehand up the line. Djokovic lob. Svida swinging volley. Lands good in the ad corner. And Svida will apply some scoreboard pressures. He gets it to 5-4. His team gets on their feet. They are very proud here to see him. And listen, Zach Svida, it's a name you might not have heard of. This is actually the 5th time he's played here.
5th time?
5th time. He won the USTA Junior Nationals twice. So he got in 2019, had an epic with Paolo Lorenzi, 5-setter, despite being, I think he was 16 at the time, won the 18s as a 16-year-old. Came back and won it after COVID as well, so got a wild card there. He's had a lot of opportunity here, so he's not really overwhelmed by the moment here in New York.
Wow, that's just, to get into Grand Slams is an accomplishment.
Yes.
Especially for the youngsters coming in, right?
Yep.
But, he's just like, his court coverage, you're right, he looks comfortable. Because very rare do you see 21, 22, going on a show court, and right away and how you can tell that was like he wasn't making errors. He was being consistent, and to be able to do that, you have to be able to play within your alley.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, so he just seems like he's playing so free. It's been interesting. He started posting on TikTok this week. Had never posted on TikTok either. Again, pretty quiet, unassuming guy. But he's throwing up TikToks now of him in Central Park talking about how he's going to play Novak in a couple days.
Oh, okay. I just wondered, and you mentioned like he's a very even keel kind of guy.
Yep.
That staying calm does help a lot. Knowing, just taking those deep breaths and staying within yourself and just doing the best you can on his pre-match interview. I'm just going to have fun.
Yeah.
And he is showing that.
Love that. So it is Novak Djokovic serving here 4-5. Only has been pushed once so far here today. That was his 2-3 service game where he fought off 2 break chances. Serve is long. He does not have the white cap on while he is in the shadows on the near side. So he's just going to be using it on that far side. Second serve for Djokovic at 4-5 is a double fault, his first of the day.
You know what? That must be hard when you don't wear hats and all of a sudden you throw on a hat and that really throws you off, vice versa.
Yeah.
If you don't, and then he's trying to deal with, you're right, it was the sun on the other side for him to put a hat on.
So love 15. Second time he's faced a deficit situation here on the day. Serve long from Djokovic. Looks over at his camp. Again, just a little bit of a shake of the head. Second serve for Djokovic. Does Svajda want to get offensive and aggressive here? Well, he pulls back his ball toss. Pauses, does Djokovic. Now ready to go for a second time. Second serve good. Svajda just rolls a forehand to Djokovic backing up the line. Running forehand, Svajda. Djokovic backhand cross. He's missed that long. Zach Svajda is 2 points away from the set at love 30.
Yeah, Djokovic continues to have this weird follow through, but that really comes from the result because he's trying to hit the ball so far front without moving his body into the ball, and he's just all arm. And that's why the follow through, he almost looks like he's tumbling over.
It's 6 unforced errors on that backhand wing so far. Love 30, serve out wide is wide, and Djokovic was serving and volleying there. This is real trouble right now for Novak. Second serve at love 30 at 4-5. Pausing here in the midst of his ball bounces. Now finally ready to go. Second serve good. Svajda goes forehand up the line. Djokovic backhand cross. Svajda tracks it down into the net, however. That's a really good quality backhand from Djokovic with good angle for 15-30.
Tough to run that ball down with having to handle a slider of a serve that from one side of the court, from the green part of the court. And Djokovic, on that backhand, he did not hesitate and did a really good cross court.
15-30, serve is just long. Has he missed all 4 in this game? I think he has. He's missed all 4 first serves.
Yeah, you're right.
Second serve here for Djokovic. Tosses up, serve is good. Oh, wow, that's a great body serve. Svajda just having to bend down and put up his racket to cover his face. Wow, what a second from Novak Djokovic.
Wait, did the speed, it says 120 miles for a second serve? Right in the body? That is self-defense. Because it could, it was coming so fast.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive. 30 all, 4-5. Djokovic near side, serve T. Svajda backhand to Djokovic, backhand slice in behind it. Svajda with the lob, it's going to miss wide. I don't love that decision.
Yeah, that was an opportunity.
Yes.
I don't dislike the lob, but just the way the angle of it was that, or a passing shot, because he was in line for a passing shot. Yeah, but it's easier said.
Correct.
Right?
We
got it all, right?
Great view of it.
Well, yeah, for sure.
We have all the time in the world. Serve, Djokovic with a game point. Backhand Svajda. Djokovic forehand to a Svajda forehand middle. Djokovic forehand up the line. Svajda backhand goes cross. Sliced back from Djokovic. Svajda backhand goes cross. Good angle. Djokovic backhand cross. Svajda backhand up the line. Hits the singles post. And so Djokovic survives another test there. 5 games all over on grandstand. What a performance from Emma Navarro here today. 2-1 over Katie McNally. My goodness, the defending semifinalists look very good here today. So she's moving in to the 3rd round. Yuri Lehechka. It's a little revenge in his second set.
Yeah,
he's got a bagel, 6-love.
I was expecting that Navarro-McNally to be a little bit tighter
match.
But credit to, Emma. That's just a great performance from her part after that 3 exchange of breaking serves.
It's Emma Day.
Emma Day.
A couple of really good performances from the Emmas. Raducanu and Navarro both missed return here for Djokovic. It's 15-love. Also, Victoria Azarenka setting a break lead over Pavlyuchenkova, 6-3, 4-2. That on Stadium 17. Svajda, 15-love, misses his serve into the net. What's really surprising to me, Patricia, is the fact that Svajda, with not the biggest second, 8 of 11 on his second serve points. Serve is good. Djokovic backhand to Svajda, rolled forehand. Djokovic backhand cross, misses wide, and again, just stares down his team and puts his head down, shakes his head. 30-love.
Did you mean you were surprised because he's 78%,
yes.
75% a win on his second serve?
That's crazy against Novak.
Right, because Novak's second serve return, he's very on point, but not so far, not yet.
Forehand for Svajda, stays back at the baseline. Now a drop shot from him. Djokovic there, pops it up the line. Svajda backhand up the line. Touch volley from Djokovic, tries to thread a needle and pushes it wide. Yikes.
Yikes is right. Just a bit odd the way he handled moving forward that we've seen a few times, that he would just stop at the service line and say, when you come into the transition to the net, you want to come in close to put away the volley.
Yep.
It's hard to put away volley from the service line.
So game points here for Svajda. Misses just long.
Wow. He's just like standing there. He's not really. I know we keep repeating this, and I would be very curious. With Djokovic, the way he handled that second serve, he's almost like nonchalant about the second serves. I wonder if it's a tactical thing, because I have seen Djokovic in past years, in many, many matches, where in the first set he's not going all out. He's just sort of fishing. He's just like teasing the opponent.
With that said, though, Patricia, we always expected it 4-all or 5-all. And you know what I mean? That next level jump, and we haven't really seen that yet.
Yeah, but it's so many times I've said, oh, he's not there. But then he comes back in the next 3 sets with like 1-1-1.
Right. You're absolutely right. And I think everybody just kind of expects him to turn it on until he doesn't, right?
Correct.
It doesn't happen very often, but Svajda looking very comfortable there, gets it to 6-5 here in this first set. Calmly just eating a banana, just like he's having a nice day in the park in La Jolla. Meanwhile, Djokovic has...
And he's playing the Grand Slam champs, and Djokovic's got a towel over his head, probably meditating now.
Well, he's taking some extremely deep breaths.
Yes.
And again, I go back to it. There were times in that second set where he was really struggling for air, and it looks like, again, we're seeing it. You're not here on US Open Radio. He's stretching out his chest to, again, get some oxygen into his body. You and I have to speculate. Only he is the one who knows how he feels within a moment, but the optics of it look really bad.
No, you're absolutely right. It looks like he's unfit. Like something. He doesn't look sick. Yeah, he does not look sick.
No.
He's opening his diaphragm.
Yes.
To get more air in himself. I mean, but I get it. You haven't played matches in 6 weeks or so. But he is one who is so dedicated to the sport, keeping himself so fit, and his stretching, his mobilities, and range of motions. He's one of the very top, if not the best, in the field of keeping himself in tip-top shape.
Yes, and that's why it looks so odd.
Yes.
You're exactly right, Patricia. Here, 5-6. This is him serving in the sun. Novak does have the white hat. It has gone back on his head. So again, you're expecting a lot of slice serves. That's how he's been trying to solve this sun issue so far here today. Second serve upcoming for Novak. First point of the 5-6 game. Serve is a double. It missed long.
Players, they're very competitive, let's say.
Yep.
They are. But some players have a few tricks under the sleeve.
Yep.
So I wonder, is this a psychological thing that she's getting into the head of the opponent and sort of like, giving you a candy here and then bam, the next few sets?
Oh, what a run from Svajda, just missing a cross-court little touch volley by the thinnest of margins after a drop shot from Djokovic. Man, he almost had a lump 30 once again.
He had that.
He did.
He did have that. And he knows it too. That's the first reaction we saw from Svajda.
And it wasn't very big. Not at all.
The tilt of the head.
Gosh darn it.
Yeah, gosh darn it.
5-6, 15 all. Serve is well long again, trying to hit that slice serve out wide. Second serve here for Novak. It is good. Svajda goes backhand middle. Djokovic backhand cross. Svajda there. Backhand roll to a Djokovic run around forehand. Svajda running forehand. Djokovic forehand up the line. Running backhand from Svajda. Lands good. Djokovic inside out forehand. Svajda backhand cross. Short. Djokovic through the middle. Lob from Svajda. Djokovic overhead good. From again no man's land there. But calmly handles it. We certainly do know that one of the very, very minute problems for Novak over the years has been the overhead.
It has been the overheads, and also he was on the brighter side of the court.
Exactly right.
He could have easily, but Svajda actually overran that shot. where he thought was going down the line from Djokovic, which would have been to his forehand, could have happened to be a pass, but he overran and he just had to put up a lob.
So 2 points away from what seems like an inevitable tie break. At 30-15, serve Djokovic, good. Lob return lands long. And gain points here for Novak.
Novak loves his placement serve. He's very accurate at that.
Yep.
I've also noticed his second serve, he's just rolling in the middle of the court. You know, that Svajda perhaps could take a little more chance.
Yes, I fully agree with you. I think that has been a missed opportunity for Svajda here today. The game point serve out wide. Svajda forehand cross misses wide, and it will be indeed a tiebreak. Both guys had 2 break chances. Djokovic in the opener, Svajda in the 2-3 game, but other than that, pretty comfortable holds for the most part. And indeed, a tiebreak to decide this first set. Svajda will be in the shade to start, which is the near side. Takes a look over, ready to go. Serve, tee, ace.
That's a great start. That's just a great start. I like to see, you know, I just wonder if the box of Svajda picked up or advised him stick to the, pick on the backhand a little more.
It's possible. And a lot of it has, as you pointed out, a lot of it is with shape.
Yep.
So Djokovic serve to the outside, serve good. Svajda forehand is into the net. And I think they also need to pick up that with Novak struggling with the serve on that far side, they have not really taken away that slice serve.
True. That's a great point. That is a great, because most on the deuce side, he is going to is a wide.
And that's where we are right now. This deuce side 1-0 in the tie break. Serve clock's at 10. Serve is flat T, of course, after we say slice out wide. Did Novak, he had that time violation, I believe, in game number 3 in his opener against Lunar
he was
Tien.
not happy.
He did not like that. Another first serve here for Novak. There was the slider wide and the collapse of the left shoulder. Second serve for him. That was just 103 on that slice serve. Now a second for Novak. That's good. Svajda rolls the forehand to a Djokovic backhand that misses long. That's exactly what you were just talking about, Patricia. It is not that complicated. It is just a heavy roll to the backhand, and Novak responds with an error. And we should also point out that is often a very difficult ball when you have been looking into the sun. The first ground stroke can be very challenging.
And absolutely is challenging. However, you're looking at a player who's got Grand Slam championships, who has dealt with everything. The only thing I could think of, I'm wondering if somebody's having problem with the serve and backhand, it's abdominal related. Because you need that torquing. That
you did say torquing, right?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure, because that's a completely different beast if we're talking. Touches it. Yeah,
when you rotate.
Yes.
Right, the torque of the.
I was thinking you were talking about a dance move that you might see at the clubs.
Sorry,
and then I was just like, well, that could be.
I know.
I don't know if Novak does that.
Sorry. I do mean tennis term, torquing as in, rotating.
Yes, no, I totally. He did have a bit of an issue with a hip flexor in his second set. He was stretching that out on his left side.
Oh, right. Okay.
Svajda 2-all, missed a backhand in the last and comes up with a big first serve to get things back on his terms. 3-2.
Oh, there's your gesture. There's your racket pumping.
A little fist pump.
Yes.
Mini celebration from Zach Svajda. He's one of those people, I've seen him win, I believe, I've called 4 challenger titles for him, and each time he just walks to the net, shakes hand, and
thank you very
goes to
much.
the bench. Yep. Move on to the next tournament. Thank you very much. Novak here 2-3. This could be the last serve that he serves into the sun in this tie break. Which
and
I
the
am
hat
sure.
is on.
Yes, the
and
hat is on.
back on.
It will come off as he makes it to the other side, I guess. Serve T good. That is a great first serve there. Off of the frame of Svajda, 3-all. Yeah, pretty good effectiveness on the first serve. It's only been 49%, Patricia. 89% effectiveness, has only lost 2 points on first serve and backing it up with 63% on the second.
Well, you know, as I'm standing here, I'm just still trying to figure out all these body gesture that Djokovic is doing, right? So, you know, the slumping on the serve and then the backhand with like pulling up. And then I see him quite a few times that he would like hand over his head and would go sideways, you know, just to maybe relax the abdominal part.
Yeah, we'll see. He did
Oh,
actually started walking to the other side, then realized what side he was going to, turned around, put the hat down, and now the normal profile of Novak Djokovic. Tie break here in this first set, 3-all, serve good out wide, and it is an ace for Djokovic, his second of the day.
4-3.
This is the first lead he's had in this tie break at 4-3, although we are on serve, having traded those mini breaks early.
Better first serve rhythm in the last few points in this tiebreaker from Djokovic.
Absolutely correct. He's gotten that percentage back up to 50. Svajda serve just long. This is where you expect Djokovic to do some damage, not necessarily with a winner, but some great depth. We'll see if he can do it here. Svajda second serve, good. Djokovic back in, oh my, into the net, and he almost stumbles over his own feet.
Wow.
I don't know.
I don't know either. He was inside the court, and this.
Yeah, he just puts up his palm saying, what's going on over here? And the team just said, you're Novak, go do it. You're fine. Settle down.
Do it.
Serve good. Djokovic forehand to a Svajda backhand cross. Sliced back from Djokovic. Short. Svajda backhand cross. Djokovic backhand cross. Svajda goes backhand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line to a forehand from Svajda inside out. Djokovic backhand cross. Svajda goes backhand up the line. Running forehand Djokovic. Svajda forehand cross. Djokovic forehand cross. Svajda forehand cross. Djokovic forehand up the line. Running backhand cross. Svajda. Djokovic backhand up the line. Running forehand up the line from Svajda. Backhand cross from Djokovic. Good. Svajda backhand to Djokovic. Run around forehand. Svajda goes backhand cross. Sliced back from Djokovic. Svajda goes forehand up the middle. Djokovic forehand up the middle to a Svajda backhand cross. Good angle. Djokovic backhand up the line is wide. And again, he almost trips over himself. What was the match that he had all the problems with the forehand balance? It was in, I want to say, Shanghai, like 2013, where I think the YouTube highlight is called Drunken Djokovic because he couldn't find his balance and was...
Really?
Yeah, just all over the place. It's a very famous clip on YouTube, but it looks like it's happening now on the backhand side.
Right. He's like falling over himself after that 27-shot rally. He got out-rallied. How often do you see that? Nah. I mean, that, you know, we were talking about earlier how a player coming up and rising, you know, hitting with the top players, they get comfortable, so it's not so intimidating. And Svajda is showing that.
Serve is good. Lob return lands good on the baseline. Forehand from Djokovic. Svajda goes forehand cross. Djokovic forehand cross. He missed it. He missed it long. Rolls his eyes once again, but Zach Svajda has 2 set points.
Team Djokovic on the box is speechless. Is that the word to describe? They don't know what to say to him. They don't know how to help him.
One more serve here for Djokovic, near side to the deuce corner. Serve Djokovic, good. Svajda forehand middle will miss well long. He was at least reading it, expecting that serve out wide, but missed the timing. How does the young man handle this massive moment?
Taking his time, both players. This is a good time to have a first serve in, and box team Djokovic was like, use your left hand. He was gesturing with the left hand. Use your left hand. A little technical advice.
Second serve here for Svajda. Good. Djokovic backhand cross. Svajda goes backhand middle. Djokovic run around forehand lands good. Svajda rolls a forehand to a Djokovic backhand cross. Svajda backhand to a Djokovic backhand middle. Svajda backhand middle. Run around forehand for Djokovic up the line to a forehand for Svajda. Djokovic backhand middle. Svajda goes forehand up the line. Run around forehand for Djokovic. Svajda forehand back up the line. Djokovic backhand cross. Svajda backhand up the line. Djokovic can't track it down. And Zach Svajda, as big of a celebration as you will see from him, says, come on. The team's getting pumped. You and I are pumped. What did we just see from young Zachary Svajda? Steals Set number 1, 7-5 in the breaker.
It's just the best point in the game right there in that last point. Cool, calm, and collected from Spider, hitting that down the line backhand, like everyday shot.
It is everyday for
An
him.
everyday shot for him, but not an everyday winner against Djokovic.
That is a steal from Zach Svida. Can he keep it up? We're going to take a break, and on the back side of it, we will hear from Emma Raducanu talking to our own Prim Siripapat. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Prim Siripapat right here on U.S. Open Radio alongside Emma Raducanu. Emma, congrats on the win. A clean, clinical, confident performance from you. What factors allowed you to get to this moment and perform the way you did today?
Yeah, I think I served very well, and it's very important, playing in the lively conditions or any conditions to start the point well. So I'm very pleased with that, and overall I think every aspect of my game was just pretty clean, and I adjusted to her ball well. It was very different, a lot of topspin, heavy as well, fast, and then with the slice, it's not a typical kind of game that you see on the tour, so I was very pleased with all of that.
You have someone new in your player's box, in Francisco Roig, obviously the former coach of Rafa Nadal. You mentioned in a previous interview that he's helped you become less perfectionistic. Can you explain a little bit about what that means?
Yeah, I'm, having very high standards of myself, and it's difficult for me sometimes when I don't reach those, but he's helping me a lot with just feeding the next ball in straight away. I don't have time to get down on myself. And just overall the attitude. I'm hitting, 7, 8 out of 10 good ones sometimes, but I'll focus on the 1 or 2 that I miss, and just kind of shifting my mindset in that. I wouldn't say I'm 100% of the way there, but I'm just working step by step to get there.
And final question, your first batch of wins since winning it here in 2021. How have you grown, not just in tennis-wise, but also personally as a human being?
Yeah, I'm super pleased. I think I have a much better appreciation for what I did 4 years ago. I think I'm very grateful for what I achieved here. It's a pretty big feat, and at the time I didn't really know what I was doing. I didn't know how difficult it was to win a Grand Slam, and that youth and naivety kind of helped me to the title. And now I think I'm working towards getting there one day, maybe not yet, but I'm just doing it in a much cleaner, better, natural way.
Lovely. Congrats on the win, and best of luck in the next round. Thank you, Emma. All right, guys, back to you.
Get ready for the next star to shine. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Well, great to hear from Emma Raducanu. Just incredible performance from her here today. I just talked to Adam Fielder, who was the guy doing the TV commentary, TV play-by-play, said hadn't seen her play that well in quite some time, and she's had a very good year, has Emma Raducanu. So that's pretty high praise.
Solid performance so far. As she gets more comfortable, and not worry.
Yeah.
Not worry about the outside expectations, judgment that goes on. That's people's opinions.
Yep.
So good to see her back with the level of play.
Indeed. So Novak grabs a very comfortable hold here to 15 to start this second set at 1-love. Other scores around the grounds: Victoria Azarenka 3-3 over Pavlyuchenkova. So she's moving into the third round. I just keep hearing these rumors that she, this might be her last U.S. Open as well. Great to see her playing at this level with Hugh Armando right now. And you talk about people who have kind of just appreciated where they are
Yes.
as a player at this stage.
Yeah.
Vika is one of them.
Absolutely, and I feel like because she hasn't done as well in the last few years, she gets written off, and she's just doing her thing.
Yep.
And wherever it takes her, and she's fine with it.
Yes, and that comes with a lot of maturity.
It's
No
a
doubt
difficult
about
one.
it.
It's a very difficult one. As Zina was saying yesterday, when you're so used to playing in these show courts,
Yep.
and then you get moved to, the outside court, okay,
Yep.
it's an ego, little dent right there.
Yeah, it really does. And you have to be able to appreciate where you're at rather than where you have been. And I think that goes for all of us, no matter whether it's in tennis or without.
Yes, and that goes for tennis, like right now with the Djokovic match, right? So obviously he knows the level that he can play at.
Right.
But to be, like, he's done a few, like, I'm not happy with this and looking in his box, but I feel like he knows what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a big difference, knowing and not going and not hitting the panic button.
Right.
Because now it's going to be, kind of weird to say, Schweider has the first set.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's going to be like, is he going to ride on that momentum, or is he content because I got one set?
Yeah. He comes out right now with a very rare serve and volley to get us to 40-15 in this, what is his opening service game, down love 1 here in the second set. It's I go back to it, that idea that he's been playing here since 2019, despite being 22 years of age. Serve up the tee, short return. Svida goes backhand cross, and Novak there, but he's going to miss the backhand wide. The fact that he has played here since 2019 and just has that comfort of the big stage and New York doesn't bother him anymore, despite being from SoCal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just looks
so huge.
Yeah.
It's huge.
I do remember, I went out and watched that match with Paolo Lorenzi, if I remember correct. Which one is it? Which one's nearest to the Media Garden? 4? Is that 4, 5, and 6?
Yes.
He was out there. It was that court, and it was packed, absolutely packed. And this is a 16-year-old against a veteran in Paolo Lorenzi who's been through everything in his career. It just didn't look like anything fazed him, and he lost that match and then just walked off and just like, yeah, okay, I played well.
And he's looking like that, very, very relaxed.
Yep.
On the court. He's just doing his thing. So you'll never know how he feels, inside. He could be just, lots of butterflies, and as I work with my clients, with the young athletes, they're all nervous and that. I'm like, listen, everybody feels the same way.
Yes.
It's just how you show it, how you choose to show, how much do you want to show, how little do you want to, go in out there but Schweider there is fantastic. Taking charge on the court. Last game, he was coming forward, volleying, serving and volleying.
Yep.
He's bringing it to another level.
He really is. Comes up with a passing shot there. It was actually an interesting point. Lob returned for Svida. Djokovic snuck in, ended up with a high backhand volley, but just was completely out of place, and Svida made him pay. But it is 1-all, 30-15. Djokovic from the near side, serve right through the tee, gets a forehand, goes inside, in behind it. Svida with a big slap forehand. Now goes forehand up the line to an open court and missed into the net. That's a big missed opportunity there for Zach Svida as Djokovic to 40-15.
Djokovic was stuck again on that service line with that volley. Svida had plenty of time to do that passing down the line. Not what he wants to just hit it in the net.
Game points, Djokovic. Slider out wide, misses well wide again. He's from the near side at this moment, so he's in the shadows. But maybe an hour left of having the shadow left on the court or so. Second serve here at 40-15. Good, but it is a let.
Second serve.
Second serve, good. Svida with a backhand middle. Djokovic backhand inside out to a forehand for Svida up the line. Djokovic backhand cross. Svida matches. Djokovic backhand up the line. Running forehand for Svida cross. Djokovic forehand up the line. Clean little winner. Third winner so far here in this set for Novak Djokovic. Calmly gets us to 2-1. Also in action right now, one of the bigger names, despite maybe not having the biggest title as of yet, Joao Fonseca taking on the 21 seed Tomas Machac, who has the shortest shorts in the business.
Legs. It's all about the legs.
I mean, if you have quads like that, more power to you, But Joao Fonseca, I think we've known about him now for a solid year and a half. Is this finally the time where he makes that big, deep run into a Grand Slam on a relatively fast court?
I saw him in Toronto. One of my players actually hit with him, and I was talking to his coach. You know, that was his first hard court tournament, and they were having a very hard time adjusting to the speed of the hard court. But mind you, Toronto is faster
Very
than
fast,
here.
yeah.
Was very fast. You know, so he is this. You know, I just feel like he still has a lot of room to grow mature with his maturity
Agreed.
on the court. Like the level is there, but you know the experience might not be there yet.
We also talked about it with Emma Raducanu, right? He is dealing with immense pressure as the next Rafa, the next Carlos, Jannik
Right.
Sinner. He's the one to compete with them. I think it's entirely possible that that is his career path. I wish we as a media, and I'm including myself here, would just let players grow on their own.
Yes.
He has tools that are,
Yes.
wow,
He's
factors.
so fun to watch.
Yes. Let him grow.
Let him go.
He's
Yes.
going to go at his own pace, and it's going to be all right.
And every player has their own timeline.
Correct.
You know, so but it is we the coaches, the spectators, you know, the media, they're impatient because
Yes.
they want so many stars
Indeed.
coming out at the same time.
It's a lob from Djokovic that lands good. Svajda misses the ensuing ball. Couldn't quite track that down. Couldn't even go tweener. Just a great lob from Novak Djokovic, who's settling in here a little bit cleaner in the second set, serving at 80%. As I mentioned, 3 winners, just 1 unforced error. Already looks a little bit better. Love 15. Svajda's serve teed just long. There's now, I would say, about 6 feet of shadow on this, if you will, south side, near side of the court. Second serve good. Djokovic forehand middle. Svajda rolls a forehand to a backhand for Djokovic. Svajda backhand cross. Djokovic backhand cross. Svajda backhand through the middle. Run around forehand for Djokovic is into the net. Woeful.
Wow, that body language from Djokovic, not great, I must say.
It's pretty poor, and especially from his standards.
Absolutely. You know, and then just, you know, of course, we're calling from the studio, and you don't really get the sense of how much spin and kick and so forth on the ball. I can only tell the body language from Djokovic when he's returning that second serve. He's off balance a bit. So I wonder, is it his footwork or is it the kick of the serve?
I'm not going to say that because Zach doesn't hit a huge kick serve.
Oh.
It's not a really heavy
So the
kick.
drunken Djokovic.
Yeah.
Okay.
We gotta make sure we phrase that correctly. Yes.
Yes.
That was a thing that happened once. He just couldn't find his balance for a day. Backhand to backhand we go, and Svajda just pops a backhand line winner out of nowhere.
Yeah, and he's not tracking it down. Djokovic is not even trying to run that down. Mind you, it was a great backhand down the line from Svajda, but Djokovic just didn't even make an effort to make a move.
Game
This
points.
is very interesting.
It really is. Serve out wide, gets a forehand as Svajda goes inside out. Djokovic there with a backhand slice, lands good. Svajda inside out forehand. Djokovic backhand cross. Svajda digs that out. Djokovic drop shot, lands short. It's into the net, so Svajda to 2-all. And I think you're right because, you know, you and I was saying that I expected a little bit more pace from Svajda through that first set, but this off pace and heavier looping shot, it's not even that heavy. I shouldn't even use that word, but it's causing Novak to almost panic a lot because the contact point's so high for him. As you said, he wants it down here, waist level. He's making contact around the shoulder, and he hasn't really adjusted that contact point.
And typically when you get a high ball like this, a spinny high ball, you want to move in. You want to move in and take it so it doesn't come so high. But, you know, Djokovic hasn't made that adjustment on his backhand.
Second serve here in this 2-all service game for Djokovic in the sun. Does have the cap on. Second serve, good. Svajda through the middle. Djokovic backhand cross, stays back at the baseline, and Svajda misses the ensuing backhand cross on a full stretch. 15 love here.
He has so much room to grow, Svajda. You know, the shot making, the loopy, the calmness.
Yeah, there's no doubt the last year with his father's illness has completely set him back. It was pretty clear. His career high last August, 102.
Okay.
I don't think there was any doubt from those of us who had seen him regularly he was going to be, at this stage, top 50 right now.
And I did wonder why, because I saw his name and then I didn't see his name.
Well, Svajda just gets a lob after an overhead. Djokovic there puts it away. Djokovic hit the first overhead right at Zach Svajda, who is in the deuce corner, and again is struggling with his eyes on this far side. And we're going to get another look at it. A lob return, Djokovic sprinting forward and hits it right at Zach Svajda, who just throws up a near-perfect lob from that defensive spot. Good composure there for Djokovic.
And not only was it hard to move back when he was so close at the net, had to track back to hit an overhead, he's looking into the sun at the same time.
Exactly right. So 30 love serve out wide. No response from Svajda. Service winner. And 3 game points here in a very fast-moving second set. 61-minute first set, just 16 minutes here, and we're about to be at 3-2. I assume.
Crystal ball.
Djokovic serve into the net. This is going to be my fault if he double faults here. I just want to take the blame ahead of time. Second serve for Djokovic at 40 love is good. Backhand Svajda. Djokovic back in through the middle. Svajda loops a forehand to a Djokovic drop shot off the backhand side. Good. Svajda there, redropper. Djokovic backhand back up the line. He does get the hold to love. We're at 3-2. We are midway through the second. Going to take a short break. Come back with Nicole Kankam. The growth of Fan Week is our discussion point coming up next on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Althea Gibson is a part of us. She didn't just change the game, she made the game possible. Played when they told her she couldn't. Won where they said she wouldn't. She showed us first. Was only the beginning. First Black athlete to play the US Open, win the US Open, to win a Grand Slam, to play at Wimbledon, to win at Wimbledon. First to be ranked #1. First, first, first. She didn't just break barriers, she shattered them and inspired us all so we could rise, so we could win, so we could be ourselves. Singer, entertainer, golfer, trailblazer. We carry her with us every time we step on the court. And we play not just for ourselves, but for everyone who comes next. Thank you, Althea, for 75 years of change.
I don't know.
Welcome back to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. We'll be keeping an eye here on Zach Svajda serving 2-3 with Novak Djokovic inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. I'm Mike Cation. That's Patricia He. And joining us is Nicole Kankam, Managing Director of Marketing and Entertainment for the USTA. And Nicole, first off, well done with Fan Week. That was an incredible experience last week. Obviously, the mixed doubles and the qualifying took center stage in terms of the tennis.
Yes.
But I was just so impressed with how everybody just had something to do during Fan Week, and really the experience for the people who were able to attend, a record-setting amount, was just phenomenal. So well done. Congratulations.
No, thank you. And now that's the perfect marketing. We're going to use it next year.
Okay, great. I'll expect a royalty check, too. That's
exactly.
okay.
No, exactly. No, and, it has been a journey on the growth for Fan Week. We started it several years ago. It was actually back in 2017 where we first called it Fan Week. And it has, like I said, it's been a journey. we started with just putting more a spotlight on the tennis, but then growing, to your point, creating opportunities for families to do, lots of different things while they're on the grounds and to make it feel like it's part of the U.S. Open. So it's no longer just like the lead into the Open, but we are a 3-week event. Fan Week is week 1. It's the most accessible week of the Open, but it's our opportunity to inspire, future generation of tennis fans and tennis players, and I think it surpassed even our own expectations. So it's great to hear you say that.
That's such growth. I've been to U.S. Open for so many times, but usually for the main draw. But last week, of course, I hear about Fan Week all the time, but it's one thing to hear it, very different to experience. But for the first time this year, I was actually here during the qualifying with a player.
Oh.
Because I'm a coach as well, right?
Great.
So I was with a player. And then I see all these people, and I'm like, wait, what? This is insane. I mean, there was so many people on the ground, and it was like U.S. Open has already started.
Yes.
And then there was one day, there was concert out there.
Yes.
Right? I was
right,
like, wow,
right. There's
this is
something
happening.
for everybody.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is. It's one stop. And I saw these fans, a lot of kids out here with their families.
Yes. That is the goal. And I'm glad to hear you say that too, because I think it is great for the players, for like the qualifying players, to be able to play in front of loud, energetic crowds, right? I mean, in years past, you would not have seen the courts with qualifying matches be that full and that energized. And so by us really marketing and promoting it as a destination and great tennis that you'll see up close and personal, it drew crowds that, again, I think energized the players, but felt like an exciting place to be.
Energizes the players. Also, a lot of these players, people don't know about them.
Yes. Exactly.
Right? Because they're not on TV.
Right.
They're not here this week.
Yes.
So they get exposed. And I remember sitting on the match with my player, and people were just like, wow, this player and that player. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, this is awesome.
Yes.
So
it's
well
awesome
done.
Tennis. Oh,
well
thank
done.
you. And look, we have a great story, from a couple years ago. Emma Raducanu came out of qualifying and went on to win. So you really never know who you might see could be a future star of the sport. So we've highlighted that as well.
Before we talk a little bit about Althea Gibson and how you guys have kind of framed this event around it, you're now having to also turn your attention to finals weekend.
Yes, it doesn't stop.
Listen, it doesn't stop. It's Alessio that's performing. Is that the
Odessa?
Odessa. Okay.
Yes.
Odessa performing. Is that the women's final?
After the women's final? Yes.
Talk about the creation of these after parties after the finals, because it seems like you just kind of want to continue going into the night and really make it an incredible weekend.
We are. Well, we just don't sleep. I mean, right, New York is the city that doesn't sleep, so we are doing the same. But I think it's all about, for years, the 2 weeks of the U.S. Open, we had sort of maxed out on growth, and there is such an increase in demand for our event, increased interest and popularity, and so we were looking for opportunities where we could create more accessible opportunities to bring in more fans and expand the footprint of the U.S. Open. And we had already seen that people would come onto the grounds over finals weekend just to kind of feel the vibe of finals weekend, even if they couldn't get a coveted seat in Arthur Ashe Stadium. So we started that last year where we branded it Finals Fan Fest. You can buy a grounds pass, come and feel the vibe of the U.S. Open, USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. You can watch the finals on the big screens, and then we created more of like a viewing party with great seating. We launched that last year. We're expanding it again this year, so we're selling grounds passes right now where, again, if you can't get a ticket to the final, you can at least come on and have all the food and drinks and experience, what the U.S. Open has to offer. And then after the women's final, it is tough because we have tennis. We're playing tennis on all the courts throughout, so there's not really a lot of opportunity for us to have a whole lot of concerts during the tournament. But Armstrong is, we're done with Armstrong's by Friday, so we can do a concert after the women's final on Saturday. And so Odessa, we went on sale I think it was a couple weeks ago, and we sold out pretty quickly of that. So they're a a Grammy Award-winning DJ duo. They sold out Madison Square Garden a year ago, so we have the privilege of having them here doing a DJ set after the women's final, and it's going to be a party. It's gonna be fun.
Maybe I'm going to cancel out my tournament and just stay. Wait, I'm going to miss all that for to another tournament? Come on.
It's going to be a party.
It is a pretty fine line to balance that tennis and entertainment component, is it? Because I think we've all seen it. There's a lot of eyes on tennis now from people who don't necessarily always play or not always watching year round, and you kind of have to find that balance, don't you?
We do, right? So again, we are focused on preserving the integrity of the sport. I mean, even, when we talked about moving the mixed doubles championship to Fan Week and presenting it in a little different format, we wanted to ensure that people know this is still an official Grand Slam tournament, and adhering to Grand Slam rules was really important. But we like to push the envelope a little bit. And I think the U.S. Open has, our brand ethos is around innovation. We were the first to have instant replay technology and, changing our court colors and having a layer of, a dimension of entertainment woven into it, but still maintaining the integrity of it. It is a balance, but I think, we've been focused on trying to maintain that balance.
Yeah, and then I noticed in the schedule there is the junior wheelchair.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, and so that's the other great thing about, selling grounds passes for the finals and over, towards the end of the tournament, is that even if you can't see the final tournament, you can watch some of those other tournaments. Actually, on the last Thursday, we call it Open for All, and so you can come onto the grounds for free during the day prior to the women's semifinals and see a lot of that great tennis, wheelchair tennis, juniors, all of that on the outer courts, and that's another opportunity for us to expose other layers and dimensions of tennis to other audiences.
Quick update from Ash, where Novak Djokovic has the first break of the day. He was able to consolidate from 15-30 down as well, so has a lead, 5-2. Svida's going to be heading out to serve here in just a couple of minutes here with Nicole Kankam, the Managing Director of Marketing and Entertainment for the USTA. The big theme here this year, and we actually had Melissa Kobe, the artist who did the Althea Gibson collage for the marketing posters and the programs. Althea Gibson breaking that color barrier 75 years ago. Obviously, I know you guys kind of keep track of anniversaries and histories. That's always a big theme here. But this is one that has a lot of import, right? I, as a baseball fan, we always know that we have Jackie Robinson Day every single year.
Right.
And it's just so important to mark this one and what Althea Gibson has meant to this tournament.
Right, and I think, there were a lot of people that didn't know that history, and we erected a statue of her that you see across from the Cadillac booth a few years ago to help reaffirm that legacy, but still, I don't think a lot of people know just how her impact on the sport. Obviously, people know Billie Jean King and Arthur Ashe, but she really was a trailblazer. I even learned a lot in sort of, building out the campaign to celebrate her and learning that she broke the color barrier in tennis and in golf. And she was such a dynamic and multifaceted character that we really just haven't known up until now. So it's been exciting. Yes, Melissa Kobe designing the artwork and being a barrier breaker herself, the first Black theme artist that we've had. Today is HBCU Live at the Open, and so the fact that Althea attended an HBCU is a nice connection and tie-in, and another point for us to celebrate her as well. But it's all about celebrating her legacy, really speaking to the generations of tennis players that she has inspired, and quite frankly, reaffirming the USTA's commitment to inclusion and broadening the tent of tennis and bringing more fans into the fold. It's a great opportunity that we're excited about.
You couldn't have said it better, Nicole, because, I just think with the fast pace and the social media, it gets lost. It's really important to remember that.
And to know our history.
And I really think that it starts with these tennis academies out there.
Yes.
They need to bring that forward because, they're always trying to recruit the bigger base, the grassroots tennis.
Yes.
And I know it's hundreds of kids come, just plant the seeds, just introduce that.
Exactly.
It's so important to keep that.
It's so important. And, we we know tennis is a great, healthy sport, but it really has the ability to change lives. So even if you're not a pro player, but tennis has given so much to so many people, and so if we can get more people to be inspired by the likes of an Althea Gibson or others, we want to celebrate that.
It is
That's
set
awesome.
point right now for Novak Djokovic, 2-5, 30-40. He's going to get a look at a second serve here from Svajda. It's cloud cover right now here in New York, so fully shaded. Serve is good. Return through the middle. Svajda digs out a backhand. Djokovic inside out forehand. Svajda backing up the line, running forehand from Djokovic. Svajda there, short ball into the deuce corner at deuce. As we're here with Nicole Kankam from the USTA. What other events do you have to celebrate Althea Gibson moving forward? Obviously, the HBCU day today. I didn't know that. I'm very excited about that
great.
now.
Yes.
But what other events do you have to celebrate her and her legacy moving forward?
No, it's great. Well, it started in Fan Week, so we had a Marvel-themed comic book, a U.S. Open-themed comic book in partnership with Marvel, and it really tells the story of Althea Gibson, which was exciting. We passed out for free. We had a really nice tribute ceremony on the first day of singles main draw on Sunday. Like you mentioned, HBCU Live, and I mentioned that her alma mater was FAMU, Historic Black College and University. So the marching band has been out here, actually. I've seen them out playing, and they're going to play on Ash just prior to the evening session tonight. And then, even if you're just in the stadium and you can see the visuals and the tribute videos that we've been playing in celebration of Althea. And then we have an event on next Thursday, Champions of Equality. This will be our third year where we celebrate a female champion of equality, and this year in the spirit of Althea Gibson and being a Black female barrier breaker, we are recognizing Ava DuVernay, who's Academy Award-winning director, and we have Shonda Rhimes moderating a panel where they'll be discussing. It's a private event, but we'll definitely have it live streamed and have video clips packaged out so people can see those highlights.
I think
I have
Patricia
to
and I
tell
might
you,
be
though.
very excited
Yeah,
about
I know.
that.
I was like,
oh, I love that.
I have to tell you, when I checked in at the hotel a few days ago, and there was like comic book.
Yeah.
I actually took it.
Oh, good. I'm
did.
glad. I was going to say, if you don't have one, we have a
No,
FedEx.
I might
I
need
was
one,
like-
actually,
Yes,
for my daughter.
okay.
Yeah, I
I'll
was
get
like,
it.
wow. I looked at it, right? And
She's almost like a superhero.
yes. I was like, yo, this is good bedtime story.
Yes. And I think they did a really good job of, making it contemporary, right? It's the Fantastic Four, which is very relevant right now, but they are learning about Althea Gibson in the story and how powerful it is. And
That's
so to
very
make it relevant for young kids.
And
So clever.
You talked about that idea of inclusion. You also have your Be Open conversations. Kind of walk us through why that's so important and what fans can look forward to if they do come on the grounds.
Yep. So Be Open is our social impact platform that we launched in the midst of the pandemic. So there was a lot happening that year, but in an age where some organizations or folks are pulling back from those plans, we have doubled down on that. And so our Be Open, this is now in its 5th year, continuing, where it's our opportunity to celebrate diverse communities across the board. So tomorrow will be Open Pride, and we'll be celebrating the LGBTQ community all across the grounds. We have events next week celebrating the AAPI audience and the Latin audience with what we call equity talks, so panel discussions, sort of behind the scenes, but then celebrating those audiences across the ground. And it really is about organically weaving those celebration of those communities throughout the fabric of the Open for all 3 weeks.
Is it true? Bad Bunny, I know, is going to be around in the city. Is that a thing that's happening?
I can't speak on that, but
Okay.
we do have a pretty robust celebrity VIP program,
Yes.
so you never know who you're going to see here.
I'm just saying. I know he's going to be around the city.
Who knows where he might show up?
I've seen him in wrestling. I mean, why don't we go the opposite and have him come out?
Well,
on
he
court?
has been to the U.S. Open, I think, in the past.
Yes.
So.
Novak Djokovic closing out set number 2. And Nicole, thank you so much for all you're doing. I can
Thank you
tell
for
you,
having me.
my child is a member of the LGBTQ community, and as somebody who likes to see that here in our country, she came last year and felt so great to be a part of that. So I'm just really happy.
I love to hear that. We want people to feel seen, so that's great.
Yeah.
That's great to hear.
Thank you for everything you're doing, and we're really, it's been such an exciting week and a half so far, and we've got another week and a half. Thank you so much for everything
there's
you've
still
done.
more to come.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank
for
you
all
for
your hard
having
work.
me. All right, I love it. Good
All
to
right,
see
you are listening to U.S. Open Radio. Third set upcoming on ASH here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And we welcome you back to the U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. We're live here day 4 at the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. Picture perfect day for tennis. I'm Prim Saripapet, and live here in the whispering section, in the whisper section over at Louis Armstrong Stadium, where the 4th seed and last year's runner-up, the American Taylor Fritz, is taking on the 28-year-old South African qualifier. He just ranked outside the top 350 in the world. But of course, Lloyd Harris is somebody that was once almost just outside the top 30. His highest ranking was 31 in the world back in 2021, and dealt with some injuries, particularly on his right wrist over the past several years. So he's been trying to work his way back onto the scene over here. And of course, we have Mike Cation and Patricia He in the studio. Wonderful conversation with Nicole about all the things and the activities that go on and the planning that goes on to make the U.S. Open what it is. But guys, Taylor Fritz in the opening game, less than a minute, came out, blasted a couple aces. Harris wasn't able to even return a single serve. And I thought, whoa, Taylor Fritz is really coming out ready to make his mark and make a statement. Could that be a sign of things to come? But Fritz over here is looking very confident.
Yeah, it's really so interesting, Prim, because I think a lot of players don't want to see a player like Lloyd Harris in a second round, somebody who, just a couple years ago had an up-and for injuries. He was a seeded player at slams, right? It's such a dangerous thing because you look at just the number, it's 300 plus, but these guys have actually played back in years past, came through the challengers at about the same time. So there's a little bit of knowledge between those two players, Prim, and I'm really interested to see how it plays out. It feels like Lloyd's going to be on the defensive a little bit here today, though.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, right? I mean, obviously Taylor Fritz, on the other hand, he's on U.S. soil, so there's certainly going to be a huge crowd and a bunch of American fans behind him. But of course, we will see what happens. I'll keep you updated from the whisper section.
Keep whispering, keep whispering.
You're doing a great job.
All right, thank you so much, Prim. As we bring you back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium, it was a 6-3 second set for Novak Djokovic. Also interesting to note, the trainer did come out for Zach Svida on it appeared either the outside of the left knee or his left quad, Patricia. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Obviously, did come through qualifying week, so this is match number 5 for him. Just have to keep an eye on that.
And not only did he play 3 matches, but he's playing Djokovic, who's like running him all over the court. A lot of court coverage.
Yep.
I thought it was cramp. I was wondering if it's cramp. Like, no, it's not. It's too cold to have cramp.
That would be a real fault of his team for not getting him hydrated if that was a cramp.
Right, but then it's he's had to run down so many balls.
Sure.
So far in a set, and it's when you start feeling something in your leg, it doesn't go away. It actually the pain or discomfort will increase.
Yeah, it looked like he said he didn't want the medical timeout right then, but the physio is standing by, so might come after the third game, would be my hunch. He's moving pretty quick in between points right now. Gets a very fast hold, which is beneficial 2:15. But yeah, just kind of want to keep an eye on that because, again, as we've been talking about the technical side, the strategy for Svajda, it's been a lot of those loopier balls, just getting height on Djokovic. If he's hampered physically, he might have to go after bigger swings earlier in the point, and that changes the dynamic drastically.
Oh, absolutely, because we saw that for the whole set, he was being very consistent on the court. He wasn't, and the shot rallies was very extensive, a lot of them. So not, to be hindered physically, it's going to be tough, where he is going to be forced to take a lot more risks.
Yeah, that will be an interesting component because looking at the numbers, 24 winners, 15 unforced errors. I mean, that's a really impressive performance against Novak Djokovic, split sets so far. Back in from Svajda. Yeah, that was a much bigger return there, stepping way inside the baseline on a second serve. Misses it well long for 15 love. So want to keep an eye on this here moving forward.
But also, Mike, you mentioned you cover a lot of challengers. Challengers play 2 out of 3 sets. Playing 5 sets is a completely different mind game.
He has a couple of 5-setters in his past, so he does have that to build on.
Yeah.
But this is Novak.
This is Novak. And Novak's shots, while they may not be deep at times, but you still have to hunt down those shots.
Yes. 30 love here, and he is really grabbing at that left quad right now. His Zach Svajda serve is long. I don't anticipate it's going to be so important for him to hold here in this next service game. That's going to be the real question.
It's on that left leg. It's on the left leg.
Yeah,
so that's a jumping leg.
Correct. Exactly. And he's not moving very quickly right now in a backhand exchange. Svajda, big forehand inside in. Yeah, he's going for broke here and limping just a tad bit. It does appear left quad related rather than knee.
Yes, I see that too.
Yeah, keeps tapping both of his quads right now. 30-15. Some of the other scores around the grounds, Buska and Iala is in action. That's on court 7. I know Alex Iala has certainly thrilled fans over the last several months on the WTA Tour. Djokovic, 30-15, serve tees, an ace, no movement at all from Svajda.
Nope. Didn't even make an attempt to lunge.
Yeah, this next service game is going to be very, very crucial for Zach Svajda moving forward. Game points here for Djokovic from the far side. Serve is good. Svajda with a slap. Djokovic just rolls it up the line. Svajda just stays in the deuce corner. It's 1-all. Yeah, he is really trying to stretch out specifically that left leg at the moment.
And his box is saying to him, breathe through it. And I don't know about breathing through.
Yeah,
you're in that much pain.
Again, easy for them to say in the box, right?
It, yeah.
He's quickly serving here. Serve T is an ace. If he gets this hold, maybe get some treatment and maybe it starts to kick in a few games. But moving so fast. Serve good. We'll get a forehand. Goes big into the deuce corner. Not much movement from him, but Djokovic can't track it down. Completely different tactics than we've seen for the last hour and 44 minutes.
Absolutely. No more loopy forehand. He's flattening it out, after that serve.
He said he was a good ball striker. He's showing it right now. Serve T. Svajda gets a forehand, has to roll that into the deuce corner, and Djokovic looks up at his team. It's like, what is this?
I'll change. Total change with the shots.
Serve +1?
Yeah, he's moving backward and flatten out his shot for a win across court. Why not?
I told you he trained with John Isner sometimes.
Yeah.
Missed first serve, and again stretches out the left leg. Does Svajda. Second serve, T. It's a huge second serve. That is a 63-second hold for Zach Svajda. And I'm anticipating that is he getting the medical right now? Yeah, the physio has made the way out there. Okay, I'm going to go back to what you said about it possibly being cramping. Because if it is cramping, that would explain why he didn't take a medical. Because you can get changeover treatment for a cramp, but you can't take a medical timeout.
Right.
And he's not taking a medical right here. He's just getting massages on both legs. You might be right, Patricia. This might be a cramping issue. Maybe nerves. Maybe the hydration was not what it should have been last night and today. Maybe.
Maybe a lot of court coverage, running, sprinting the entire hour.
Yeah, this is really troubling. Because if you're cramping at the beginning of a third set,
Yeah.
yeah, no medical timeout. So I think you might be right. And if you're dealing with cramping this early against Novak, it's game over. You're done.
Yeah, he's not taking medical timeout. It's just coming on the court.
Yeah, that's incredibly troubling. Now,
And
you
he's
saw
limping.
Yes, he is.
He is limping on that left side.
The fact that he didn't take a medical timeout makes me, I'm like 95% or more sure that it's a cramp.
Yeah.
That's really, really bad situation. Hikes up his left pant leg, if you will. Let's see what he's got here. These points could change quite a bit. 1-2 for Djokovic, serving from the near side. Court is fully in the sun now. Big slap forehand. Svajda now with a weird backhand slice in at the net. Volley. Djokovic forehand is into the net. And Djokovic looks at his team just like, I don't know what to, now I don't have any idea what to do.
Yeah, he's just standing there.
And Svajda is slapping the ball.
He is slapping. He's coming in. He's slapping.
And barely moving. I don't know. I don't know what to... Yeah, I mean, he's just grabbing at his leg the entire time. Love 15. Djokovic serves. Svajda big backhand, into the bottom of the net. 15 all. Yeah, it has to... I mean, I wish he would have taken a bathroom break to rehydrate, use those 5 minutes.
Yeah, but I don't think he can rehydrate that fast.
I know, but why not take the 5 minutes to just get some more fluids in? Yeah, the physio's staying out there courtside. 30-15, always a really difficult thing for the physios as well because they have to evaluate, make sure they are not giving too much of an advantage if a player is cramping. Serve is good. Svajda backhand middle. Djokovic backhand to a Svajda backhand cross. Djokovic tracks that down through the middle. Svajda up the line, running forehand. Djokovic lands good. Drop shot. Svajda good. Djokovic there with the forehand up the line. Catches the baseline. No, it's long.
Long.
30 all.
Guided it long. He got there plenty of time. Djokovic did. Just a tad long, but enough to even out this game. And you're right, Mike. Svajda is just like every hit he has, he's going for broke. Now, I don't spend a lot of time watching Svajda, but is that how he typically plays, flatten out the shots?
No, this is extreme.
Not, okay.
I mean, he has the capability with these shots, but this is extreme.
Okay.
30 all, serve, good. Svajda, big slap. There it is.
Oh.
That's the one.
Okay.
That's the one. The slap forehand inside the service box for a clean return winner and a break chance for Svajda. That shot I've seen 1,000 times.
So that's his signature shot.
That is the signature shot.
Slap cross court.
Wow, 30-40 break chance at 1-2. Retreating way back behind the baseline. Djokovic serve, T is long. Second serve upcoming for our 7 seed, 4-time champion, Novak Djokovic. 30-40, ready to go, serve. He double faulted. Zach Svajda, cramping, has a break lead in the third.
Did he? Is it a double fault or a football? It seemed like the call came so early. But anyways, either way, it's a break point. Wow. How about this change?
I'm speechless here because I don't know how to explain what we're seeing here. Serve is good. Djokovic off the net and good. Svajda stepping forward into a cross. Djokovic lob will miss long. So the average rally length at the end of the second set was roughly 5. Okay, so the average rally length per point was 5. In this set, it's 2.5.
Wow.
Through 4 games. Serve. Svajda tries to roll. Oh, my. Djokovic just swatted the ball to the back tarp after a missed first serve. Second serve is a double fault from Svajda. Let me say this. Line judges are not there anymore, but Novak has to have learned from what happened a few years ago.
My thought, exactly. But if he had hit a ball kid, though. Ball crew.
Yes.
Oh,
boy. Djokovic forehand cross misses that into the doubles alley. But that was real frustration from Djokovic. Yeah, I
Now,
mean, it
I'm
missed by about 6
yeah.
feet.
And, I'm used to seeing Djokovic does that to other opponents where they just, lose focus.
Yes.
But he's the one that's at a loss to what to do on the court.
Yes. Unforced error from Svajda off of the backhand, going for an aggressive backhand line. 30 all, 3-1, third set. One set apiece. Serve, Svajda, good. Djokovic through the middle. Svajda rolls a forehand to a backhand slice from Djokovic. It lands good. Svajda backhand up the line. Tracked down by Djokovic. Short. Svajda there. Forehand. He hits it into the net. Legs betrayed him there. So flat. No up and down to a wide open court.
He set up that point so well. Svajda had a sitter from the open court. And I tell you, if that ball went over, it would have been a winner.
Yeah,
Because
for
Djokovic was stuck in a corner.
30-40 instead. Svajda serve, kick out wide. Djokovic backhand middle. Svajda inside out forehand lands good. Svajda will have a forehand now. Goes inside in, but hits it into the net. This is Slap City from Svajda right now, and we are riding some waves. We're at 3-2, trading breaks midway through this third. It is wild out here right now.
Wow, it is wild. Svajda has to play a completely different game to flatten out his shots and taking a lot of risks.
I am just flabbergasted by what we're seeing. Tiebreak right now on grandstand, Fonseca and Mahach. Mahach does have a couple of set points. And let's get an update from inside Armstrong. Already some drama over there, Prim.
Sure. Over here on Louis Armstrong Stadium between the fourth-seeded American Taylor Fritz taking on Lloyd Harris of South Africa in the qualifier. This is his 5th match in a row, so kind of keep that in mind. But we're tied up over here at Louis Armstrong Stadium, and we're on serve. But in this particular game, Taylor Fritz really came out firing regarding his serve, but this one he hasn't played as clean of a game. He's had a few unforced errors, though, but it's a lot of good tennis over here. Patricia and Mike, a lot of good tennis. No cramping, though. No cramping over here.
It's early, Prim.
Well, that's
true.
Yeah,
very
that's
early.
too early.
As I'm sitting here in the shade, so no cramping on my side or anybody else that's going to be on this side. And over the next couple of hours, as you know, the shade will begin to creep over across this stadium court. So most likely no cramping.
Yeah, I'd hope not. I did just see Zach Svajda say to the physio, I think that was the third and final treatment he can receive for cramping. I think that's correct.
Right.
I'd have to go back and look at the rules there, but he just said it's also in my arm right now.
But if you're cramping, I would think you should put ice bag. Ice bag is usually when they put on, the head, the legs.
Yeah, but I don't think it's heat. I think it's nerves.
But it doesn't matter because it's still discomfort.
Yeah,
Anytime,
no,
right?
that's a
That's the
valid
number
point.
one rule. That's the number one rule. When there's a discomfort in any part of the body, you throw ice on it. But the danger of that is you could stiffen up.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, this is a really tough one because if it's true, as he just said, I was reading lips. If it is in his arm too, that could be full body, and you just, yeah. Also, big news: Jack Draper just withdrew from the tournament.
What?
Sorry, just getting this email. Jack Draper is out of this event.
Did he,
Withdraws
From
due
his
to
elbow?
injury.
Oh,
Zizou Beggs advances to the third round by walkover.
wow. We were just saying how, so good to see him back.
Yes, that is a huge moment. So
Switzeri moves on.
No, Zizou Beggs.
Zizou Beggs, yep.
yeah.
Wow.
So here, 2-3, 15 love. Backhand Djokovic. Svajda backhand middle. Djokovic backhand up the line. And Svajda just casually strolls to his right and smacks a forehand clean winner into the ad corner. This is, I will say this is a moment where being an even keel emotional player does help you because that part will stay theoretically good. He won't overexert himself.
Right. But then he's physically exerted. Yeah, for sure.
It's a weird one. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a physical threshold you can handle. But I can't imagine. I mean, I'm sure with every player coming on the court, with nerves and stuff, but it would be gone by now. You
would think.
Yeah.
30-15 after another ace for Djokovic. I imagine that count is going to go up pretty drastically in this set. Serve Djokovic T. It's another ace. It's his 4th of the set, his 8th of the day.
It's going to be interesting to see if Svajda, because he doesn't he doesn't tip, he doesn't do any sportsmanship like
No,
of any
no,
sort.
no.
So it'll be interesting if he's just going to play out through the entire match. That's a difficult call.
It is. I mean, at the end of this set, in theory, he could then go take a 5-minute bathroom break.
Yes.
And again, you're right. That doesn't fully refresh the hydration as he hits a backhand through the middle. Djokovic backhand middle. Svita backhand inside out. It's the bottom of the net. It's 3-all. It doesn't fully rehydrate, but at least it might give him that opportunity to get something back. We definitely, you and I both have seen players dealing with cramping early and getting the hydration necessary to go.
Right.
I just don't think he can win like this.
No, for sure not. Because just from that last point, he has a deep middle ball on his backhand, and he just did an inside out, which is the hardest shot in the game. It's a low percentage shot.
Second serve here for Svita, 3-all, good. Gets a forehand, goes up the line, caught the line. Svita now with a backhand goes cross. Djokovic backhand middle. Svita rolls a forehand well wide. I mean, this understandably why he's having to adapt here, but this is not going to be a recipe for success, and he will not win this match unless he somehow gets physically better. That's his 7th unforced error of the set. Had 14 in the first 2. Serve good. Djokovic forehand to a Svita. Backhand middle that misses long. This is going to go very quickly right now.
And he can't even jump. You can see he's just spinning the serves in.
And so quickly to the line as well.
Yes.
3-all, love 30. Serve good. Djokovic forehand middle. Svita backhand cross. Djokovic backhand into the net. He lost his balance, did Djokovic.
30.
Feels like it might just be another one of these Novak matches where he's not happy and gets through. It's a lot better quality from him in this one. Backhand to backhand we go right now. Djokovic backhand middle. Svita backhand middle. Djokovic backhand up the line. Running forehand for Svita. He had a slap at it. Misses wide. It's 2 chances here for Novak Djokovic. 1 of 1 here in this set. 2 of 6 on the day.
But he's got such an overthinking on his backhand. Djokovic, even on that last hit down the line, he actually finished with 1 hand.
I know. It just doesn't look right, but he's here right now. Svita slap forehand. Now we'll get a backhand. Goes up the line, hits it perfectly. I think he was also possibly going to his bench in case it didn't.
He
was going to be down 3, but instead 30-40 as he caught the baseline.
Yeah, you hit that shot. It's almost like walking forward. Oh, I'm still in.
I'm still here. I got to serve again. 30-40, serve good. Djokovic through the middle. Svita goes backhand middle. Djokovic backhand middle. Svita forehand inside out, not even close to the court. And Svita, a little bit of negative emotion there, and understandably so, left shaking his head as he is now down a break in this set. Djokovic 4-3, and yeah, how much longer does Svita go?
I don't know, but he is in pain on the court. I would understand more if he's trying to just slap happy.
Right.
But the last few shots he missed, it wasn't slap happy. It was like, I'm done type of hit. Just a throwaway hit.
Yeah.
It's different because you never know. If you set up, you just slap happy. Hey, it goes in because the intention of your body setting up to hit the ball tells the story.
Let's go to Prim Suripapat. And Prim, you were on Jack Draper's opening round win. Just give me your thoughts on what you saw in that one, his victory over Fede Gomez in 4 sets. Did you think that would lead to a withdrawal from him?
No, I did not. In fact, that was one of the first questions I asked him. I said, listen, you haven't been playing a lot of tennis this year. Obviously, we know that he was out for roughly 6 weeks or so, didn't serve for a whole month. And I said, how are you feeling? But also, how is your arm feeling? And from my recollection, he was, he said, for the most part, like pretty good. And at least just observing him over the course of that couple of hours in that 4-set match, he looked pretty good, and he looked really confident. Patricia, you and I were talking about that, and Patricia and I were both kind of saying, like, listen, he looks fresh, obviously, taking some of that time off.
Yep.
And he was serving well. He was hitting through his shots. He looked happy. He looked motivated. So, it does come as a bit of a surprise. Obviously, we'll wait to hear a little bit more about the nature of his injury. And we'll just have to, I have all these thoughts going through my head, but of course we don't want to speculate. But I'm wondering if for some reason the injury that he's been dealing with is more severe or serious than we had originally thought. Is this a precaution? Or is it really just that bad and he was able to kind of fake it?
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting question to see if Jack Draper does continue for the rest of the season or if he goes potentially a surgical route, something, or just flat out rest to get ready for next year. He's going to stay seated at the Australian Open at worst. I think his live ranking is at 7. There are a lot of players who obviously, if they have good runs here, could pass him. He could fall out of the top 10, but it seems like long-term health is going to be much more beneficial for Jack Draper.
Well, even if he drops out of the top 10, he's still going to be seated, right?
Yeah,
So,
right.
but the thing is, once you've had a serious injury, you're a little more paranoid when you feel any discomfort.
Yeah.
Because you know how severe, especially when you have to rest for a period of time.
Yeah.
So it may not be, I'm not saying it's not,
Yeah.
but any little discomfort, that plays in your head.
Yep. Right now, Novak Djokovic is making quick work of Zach Svajda, 4-3, 40-15 in this third set. Yeah, tough news if you are joining us late with Jack Draper withdrawing. Zizou Bergs, he's going to be very happy, the young Belgian.
Yes.
Very good kid.
I wish I could learn. No, I wish I could understand sign language. I just saw one of the team members in Djokovic's box gesturing hands in the middle of the chest, up and down, straight up and down.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering if it means that when he serves, to stay up more, because we saw early on in that first set where he just crumbles down.
Yeah, right.
Tumbles down.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I just wonder if that has anything like torso up.
It is Svajda serving here at 3-5, has to throw up a lob. Djokovic there, easy put away volley. I shouldn't say easy. He was on a dead sprint, had to stop before the net. From there, as long as he made good contact, it was easy.
His foot could have touched the net. He
foot could have
sprinted
touched the
fast.
net.
Yes.
It's love 15 here in the 3-5 service game for Zach Svajda. Serve, good. Djokovic through the middle. Svajda forehand to a Djokovic backhand up the line. Running forehand, Svajda. Djokovic inside out forehand. Svajda backhand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line. Svajda running forehand. Djokovic forehand cross. Svajda forehand slap. That's the one. I told you.
You did
forehand
tell me.
slap is the one.
Yeah, I'm going to go home and practice a slap cross court.
It's so much fun to watch. Regardless, 15 all. And Djokovic is playing through the middle third quite a bit, but just keeping Svajda moving side to side, not really going for heavy angles as Svajda comes up with another slap winner, this time up the line. But he's doing a good job of just making sure Svajda keeps moving. No shot is the same.
Yes, and we're saying at the last change over, Svajda, go slap a few. Don't just hit out of frustration. And he did just that. He slapped a few and they just went in.
Backhand from Djokovic, and Svajda slaps a forehand well long. And yeah, I think we're okay with that, even if it's a miss here. Lehechka through in 4 sets over Tomas Martin Echeverry, 6-4 in the fourth. Really good bounce back after losing the first to Echeverry. So the 20 seed moving on into the third round. Second serve here for Zach Svajda, 3-5, 30 all. Serve good. Djokovic up the line, running backhand Svajda. Djokovic back behind him. Svajda backhand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line. Svajda doesn't even move. Set point, Djokovic. You hear this crowd here. I think it's an uncomfortable watch for them. It's clear somebody is struggling physically. Serve, good. Djokovic backhand cross. Svajda digs it out. Djokovic forehand inside in. Slap forehand, good. Djokovic rolls a forehand up the line. Clean winner. And Novak Djokovic down a break, rattles off the last 5 games of that set and takes it 6-3. So Djokovic hits the bench first. I'd be shocked if Zach Svajda doesn't leave the court, but for the moment it looks like he's staying. We, however, are going to take a break. You are listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
and we welcome you to a beautiful day 4 here at the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. I'm Prim Saripapat. We're live. I am over in the whisper section over at Louis Armstrong Stadium, but we just wrapped up the first set, so I don't have to whisper. I can talk as loud as I want. But a bit of a surprising circumstances over here as Lloyd Harris, the South African qualifier, ranked just outside the top 350 on the ATP side, has just taken the opening set against the 4th seed and American Taylor Fritz. Harris got a key break midway through, was serving for the set, was able to close it out. They had this fantastic exchange at the net. Harris came in, hit a drop shot. Fritz was able to return it, but Harris closed it out. And one pattern that I've been noticing is Harris has been really kind of targeting Fritz's backhand side, and when he has an opportunity, maybe even a bit of a short ball, he will rip it over to Fritz's forehand side, and he's been able to pull out a few unforced errors. But now we're starting off the second set. Fritz comes out and fires a down the middle ace at 130 miles per hour. So we will certainly keep you posted on this one. But it is a packed house over here at Louis Armstrong Stadium. Once again, I'm Prim Saripapat, and in studio, I believe we might have 4 wide. We got the whole team going on here.
That's
Mike,
exactly right,
Patricia,
Prim.
Brian, Megan, who else are we going to bring in?
Can we get the rest of the afternoon squad? Is Robbie here yet?
Do it. Let's bring in the chairs,
I did
guys.
see David McPherson. He might have been just kind of relaxing
I think
back there.
he was resting his eyes.
He was resting his eyes. He
Oh,
had a late shift.
Dave loves his naps. Him and I both love our naps. We both get up at 4:30 in the morning. We get our workout in, and then we take a nice snooze, and then he gets ramped up for the evening session.
Pram, can I put in a request? Could you maybe bring a dozen or so of honey juices in here on your way back?
A dozen? Patricia, what kind of experience are you going to have this afternoon?
Hey, I've never had one.
Oh, what?
You've never had one?
I've
Really?
never had one because I can't justify paying $23.
Use your. Can
Wow.
you use your credential? Really?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay,
Just
let's not
one.
give.
Just
Hey,
one?
Prim, don't give away the tricks of the trade. What are
Sorry.
you doing, Prim? Okay,
My apologies.
I'll
I didn't say that. I take it back.
no, you take it back.
Take it back.
Prim,
Take it back.
thank you. You'll keep us updated over on Armstrong. Patricia, I'll show you where to go. Here the
Okay,
next
okay,
time. If
you
you
do
need
that.
me to
You
buy
pave
you
the way.
one, I will buy you one.
You
Mike's
paved
walked
the way.
past it before. He has an idea of where
I've
it is.
never tasted it.
Huh? You neither?
Just kidding.
Oh.
Brian Clark and Moulton Levy, great to have both of you with us here today. Listen, obviously the big news being Jack Draper's withdrawal over the last half an hour. That is one that obviously has been injured through this year. We knew it was going to be an interesting dilemma. Could he get to that semifinal again? But his departure is certainly notable. Novak Djokovic has been in a really awkward match with Zach Svajda, losing the first in a tiebreak. Zach has been cramping over the last 45 minutes, and I don't think this is going to last much longer for you, but it's been already a very interesting day. 2 Emmas coming through in very short order, and glad to have you a part of it to take you through this afternoon.
I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to have you in the daytime joining the party. And also we've got Taylor Fritz now in a spot of bother on Armstrong, as we just heard from Prim. So, yeah, yesterday was a very straightforward day.
Yeah.
And today already has the feel of a day that you don't know where to look based on all the things that are going on. Obviously, Jack Draper out of the U.S. Open without even taking the court. He was not scheduled to play today. Great news for Zizou Barrix just in terms of the opportunity to get to the third round of the U.S. Open. But thinking about Novak for a moment, and you guys have been on this match, when was the last time Novak played a match here that didn't just feel awkward and strange and a little bit greasy?
2023. Yeah. I mean, last year, all 3 of his matches, none of them were just straightforward, okay, this is comfortable Novak. We've seen it a little bit more at some of the other events, and obviously looked incredible at the Olympics last year, semifinals in all 3 slams this year. But here in New York, these last 2 years have been tough, and maybe it's just the continuation of a long season, Megan.
Compound interest, right?
Exactly.
Like starts in January, we're now almost touching upon September. That's a lot of tennis for him to be able to maintain throughout the rest of the season.
But although he hasn't played since Wimbledon, but also he went through a change of on the coaching team.
That's true.
So in mid-year.
Twice already.
Yeah.
It's actually twice. He got rid of Andy Murray, then Dusan Vemic was with him in France and England.
Yeah, so I just think he's kind of
He's looking for answers.
Yes, he
Aren't
is
we all?
looking instead of like he's at his best when he just search inside, isn't it? But anyways, but he looks very comfortable.
He's fine. This match is. I
He's
hate to take your thunder because you've got to call the rest of this. This match is done. Zach can't move, and
Yes.
I just can't find a way for him to come through today.
And I just don't understand why Zach wouldn't take a bathroom break.
I agree with you. He could have taken after
5
both
minutes.
sets. He could have
Yes.
taken a 5-minute break
Yes.
and took nothing. It just doesn't make a lot of sense if you are actually cramping. And he's. I know you were watching, Brian, but he's only received changeover treatment. So that means it's a cramping issue as opposed to getting a medical timeout for a muscle strain.
Exactly, and as you guys explained, you can't take a medical timeout for cramp. So
Right.
just getting that treatment, the rub down during the changeover, that's the best he can have right now. But I was just as surprised as you guys were that he did not leave the court after that set. I want to also talk about another younger American before we let you guys go. And I heard this morning how your pick of the day, I don't know what the alliterative term was for Mike's
Patience catch. I don't remember.
something.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll take that.
Yeah.
Just your reasoning behind Martin Dahm to grab a set over Francis Tiafoe a bit later.
2, A, he can serve lights out at times. B, Megan, you can speak to this as well. Francis can be here. He can be there. He can be almost everywhere. So it's very rare that you see Francis come through in straights, calm, cool, and collected. Marty has a big enough game that he has that capability of serving in his way through one set. I don't think he's going to beat Francis. I really don't. But he's playing with house money. He got in on a wild card in qualies after 7 months of missing time with an ankle injury. He's a huge talent. I'm hopeful that he gets a set under his belt today, and Francis is going to come through in 4.
I don't know if Martin's going to be able to do that.
Okay.
I'm hopeful that Francis's ADD will stay at bay and he'll be able to put it together. But no, you know what? You're right. Martin is a rising star. It would be great for him to be able to put it together for a full set, maybe even 2 on this stage, so that he knows next time he can contend with the best of them.
And
His
this
dad
is a
has
breakthrough.
40 doubles titles on the ATP Tour, was a top 60 player. I mean, he knows the big stages, so I think
Yeah.
he'll be fine eventually.
Yeah, and I've seen Martin, throughout the years. This is a breakthrough for him. We know he can serve. We know he has a big game. But when is he going to put that together? But it's nice to see that U.S. soil, and he's putting things in a large stage, not to mention money and points.
He has nothing to lose.
Exactly.
And that's sometimes when the players can really show up and shine.
Yes, absolutely.
We'll call one last point for you. Novak serving 2-love, 40-love, return through the middle. Djokovic backing up the line, running forehand Svida. Djokovic drop shot. Svida's not going to try to track that down. So Novak Djokovic firmly in control. We will leave Novak in the hands of Brian Clark and Megan Moulton-Levy. Patricia, it's been a lot of fun.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Mike.
you so much. Mike Cation for Patricia Heath signing off. Brian and Megan on the other side of a break here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
A very happy Wednesday here from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. It's been a happy Wednesday all day long if you've been listening to these sublime sounds of Mike Cation and Patricia He. I'm Brian Clark, back here with Megan Moulton-Levy, and we are going to dip into Louis Armstrong Stadium for what has turned into a very compelling second-round encounter between last year's runner-up here, the #1 American Taylor Fritz, and Lloyd Harris, somebody whose career has really been hampered by injuries over the last few years. But Harris not playing like it today. He came through qualifying, and now in just his 5th match of the year at tour level, he is right there, up a set on the world #4. How are you, Megan?
Great, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. This is our formal hello for the day since we were just on with Mike and Patricia. But you would certainly know that Michael Russell and the team and Taylor Fritz himself, when they saw this draw come out and saw Lloyd Harris there, these are smart people who are not just going to look at the ranking of Lloyd Harris and see where it is right now. They're going to see, oh, that's Lloyd Harris, a former U.S. Open quarterfinalist, and know that he is a dangerous player.
Absolutely, and the coaching staff and players have a suite of options available to them just in terms of scouting and resources so that they can be prepared strategically to play whomever's across the net.
Here's the toss from Fritz. He lets that toss drop. Body serve, now forehand middle. A soft one from Harris, and Fritz able to inject depth and pace, and then Harris tried to generate his own, but flew it wide. Fritz hold. Let's check in with Prim Siripapat, who has been in Armstrong throughout this opening set. And Prim, you were saying before just the good job that Harris was doing tactically where he had those advantages. Can you just sort of elaborate on what you were talking about earlier?
Yeah, I mean, for much of the first set, he was really leaning on his serve. He's been serving very well, and that's what he's been known for. But one pattern that sort of emerged in that opening set is he was really kind of playing towards Fritz's backhand side. So there was one rally, maybe there was like a 10-shot rally or so. And so he would hit maybe 6 or 7 backhands, go over to the forehand side, hit a couple more backhands, and then that typically opens up the court for him. And even if it's not a short ball, but he will step up through that and really rip one to Fritz's forehand side. And that pattern seemed to really work well. Now, but, if you caught the beginning of this match, Fritz came out firing, especially in that first game. But as you mentioned, Brian, and hello, good afternoon, Megan, Harris is a player that was once a top 30 player. And so he's been dealing with injuries, particularly it was in 2022 that he had to deal with that wrist injury on the right side, ended up getting surgery. And so since then, it's been a progression back towards what he's hoping to be, maybe at the same stage, maybe trying to crack it at the top 50 in the world.
Yeah, we'll keep it posted with Prim Siripapat. That's talking about Lloyd Harris. It was the wrist injury in 2022, and that's very dangerous if you're a tennis player, of course. But last year, and so often happens, one injury follows another. Last year it was a back problem that really hampered Lloyd Harris, and it certainly hampered him here in 2025. But it is not hampering him in New York over the last week or so. He came through qualifying, and now he's up a set on the 4th seed, Taylor Fritz. It's 15-love for Lloyd Harris.
This is such a physical game. You underestimate how much toll it takes on your body to really move, get your body in position. You're using your legs, your core, your arms, every part of your body to help hit a tennis ball. And you have to do that over and over and over again. Eventually, things start to wear down a little bit.
Tomas Makac is trying to go up 2-0 on João Fonseca of Brazil as Harris double faults. That's on the grandstand. Plenty of Brazilian support out there for the teenage sensation Fonseca. But they're going to be disappointed if he falls down 2-0 to Makac from the Czech Republic. The only men's winner so far also comes from the Czech Republic. That's Jiří Lehečka over Tomas Martin Echeverry on court 5 to begin the day. Lloyd Harris here in Armstrong struggling to get a serve into play. Another second serve coming at 15-all, and he missed it long. 15-30 after back-to-back double faults.
Brian, you're a baseball guy.
I am.
You call baseball?
Sort of.
Okay. So pitchers, right?
Yes.
They have a count that they cannot go over.
A pitch count, yes.
Pitch
number,
count.
yes.
And this is not the same in tennis. There is no clock. There is no time frame. There are no serve shot clocks. Well, there's a there's a timer in the corner of the court that tells you how long you have between serves, but their body gets no rest in a tennis match. And they have to wake up, get 1 day of rest, and come back and do it over and over again. This is why some players, you know, we heard about Jack Draper. He had to pull out. We don't know why, but there's a lot of strain on their body.
Yeah, that's certainly the headline so far here on this Wednesday at the U.S. Open. Jack Draper's withdrawal. We don't know why, but as Megan said, but he out of the U.S. Open. Zizou Bergs is into the third round. 30 all here for Lloyd Harris. He missed out. Why? Just to clarify, I had accidentally said pitch count, thinking, you know, the number of pitches a pitcher's going to throw in a game, but you meant the pitch clock, just the time between pitches. Forehand off the back foot for Harris. Backhand slice from Fritz. Harris waits, center of the baseline with a forehand. Forehand from Fritz. Now Harris goes inside out with a forehand. They're trading for the baseline. Forehand drop shot Harris. Here comes Fritz with a backhand slice. He's in at net. Harris tries a lob. Taylor's on his horse. Goes with a tweener, but had nothing doing from that. It's 40-30 for Lloyd Harris.
No, you were right. I was getting all tongue-tied.
Oh, okay.
I really meant pitch count. So in this match, Harris has served 40, the stats. How
50
many
times. He
50
served
times.
50 times.
Thank you. Help me. He served 50 times. But we are in the first set, second set. We have potentially three and a half more sets. So he could serve 100 times, maybe 150. There is no limit to that. Whereas in baseball, there is.
And Taylor Fritz goes inside in from the center of the baseline with a forehand, an outright winner from a neutral position. It's deuce. Yeah, long gone in baseball the days of somebody like Nolan Ryan throwing 200 pitches in a game. Now here's Harris, the qualifier. The serve clock is now at 5 seconds from the near baseline. He lets it go with 3 seconds left out wide. Plays a serve and volley, half volley pickup. It hangs up for Fritz to shovel one back. Ooh, a classy backhand touch volley from Lloyd Harris for the winner into the open ad box.
A lot of players, after they hit a drop shot, they back up. What Harris did so well is he closed the net, squeezing the amount of court that Fritz had to hit into, but Harris was right there ready to stab that volley cross court.
Advantage Harris right up the center. Only blocked away by Fritz.
2 games all, second sets.
Other matches in progress. Cameron Norrie unseeded here at the U.S. Open. And Francisco Comesana of Argentina are just underway. That's on court 5. Match we were telling you about a few moments ago on the grandstand. Tomas Muhac has won that second set over Joao Fonseca, and Muhac, the 21st seed, in front 2 sets to love. Wide serve from Fritz here. 2 games all second set. The world number 4 is down in this match. 1 set to love against Lloyd Harris, who nets a forehand. 15 love for Fritz.
From so deep in the court, Harris was maybe 6 feet away from the baseline, and the trajectory, the path at which the ball travels, was way too close to the net. So he couldn't get it. He missed that ball in the net.
Novak Djokovic is approaching the finish line against Zach Svajda in Ash. We'll be back in there in a moment as Djokovic is up 4-1 in the 4th set against Svajda. Now it's 5-1. So after this game, we will quickly jump into Ash Stadium, where Djokovic will be serving for the match. Wide open court for Fritz, who slices a volley deep. He stayed at net. That was a good job from Taylor Fritz of seeing the next shot. He knew that if Harris got it back, it was going to be a weak offering, so he waited at net and took it.
That was perfect. Perfect color there. You called it better than I could have, Brian.
The blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then. 30 love here for Fritz. And an ace right down the center for 40 love. Ace number 7 for Taylor Fritz. 4 of them have come in this second set. 2 games all.
We've spoken over the years about
You ready
Fritz
to
and
jump?
just his ability to come forward. So I like that at this moment he's a set down, 2 all, controlling his serve, but he's looking
Guys,
for
can I have
opportunities
Ash
to come
stats on
forward.
4, please?
Fritz leads 3 games.
And
to
Fritz,
2
a
second
service
sets.
winner to hold it love for 3-2 in the second. Let's go right next door to Arthur Ashe Stadium, where Novak Djokovic is serving up 5-1 to Zach Svajda. The 4-time U.S. Open champion drops off the forehand volley from the ad service box. That's a winner, and that's 30 love. Guys, can I have Ash stats on 4, please? Djokovic, the world number 7. A lot of question about his seasoning coming into this U.S. Open. Has not played a match since Wimbledon. And now he stops just before serving to flex out his legs a little bit. He does that sort of lunge stretch. Serve off the tape, and then it drops in. And a double fault for Novak. 30-15. He is closing in on U.S. Open match win 92. Broke a tie last year with Roger Federer at 89. And now he sits at 91. Only Jimmy Connors with 98 match wins has more in the Open era on the men's side.
You think that that's a stat that he's thinking about?
Not individually, but I think it's another stat that I can grab. Sure, I'll take it. Forehand cross court. I mean, the guy's going for 25 slam titles.
I think that's more important.
The number. Yeah, that is the number. And the number right now, 40-15, 5-1 in the fourth set for the 4-time U.S. Open champion, Novak Djokovic against Zach Svajda. Djokovic again missing long. Djokovic can win this. He will improve to 15-0 here against Americans. That is a sensational stat. Body serve, Svajda with a forehand. Now a forehand off the tape, but it floats into the Svajda backhand. Pulls Djokovic left, backhand cross court with some depth from Djokovic. Now he goes bigger with a forehand, but sent it long. It's 40-30. Lloyd Harris, by the way, has the physio out on Armstrong. We'll check in with Prim in a moment when we head back to Armstrong. But we expect to be done here in Ash shortly, where Novak Djokovic has a second match point against Zach Svajda. Few extra bounces for Djokovic. His pale blue shirt blows in the breeze. He serves out wide, blocked with the backhand. Here's Djokovic in, leaps and smashes his way into the third round of the U.S. Open. A stylish finish. He has some words for Zachary Svajda, who gave him a test. Svajda took the first set in a tie-break, 61 minutes, 7-6, but in hindsight, it looked like that tie-break took a big physical toll on Svajda because he was not the same player from deep in the second set on. Once he had that physio come out, it turned into a tough lesson. And now Djokovic, I haven't seen this celebration, holds the racket out and mimics like he's playing a violin. He does not have a bow, but he was using his hand in that gesture. And Novak Djokovic is through to the third round of the U.S. Open. He will play either Cameron Norrie or Francisco Comesana in the third round here. Zachary Svajda leaves the court. We know it's been really emotional for Svajda, of course. His father diagnosed with cancer a year ago. His father, a teaching professional who's been his coach. Zach had said that there was some hope he'd be able to make it into Ash today for this match. We're not sure if that happened, but Zachary Svajda certainly seems to be soaking up this moment as he applauds the crowd departing Arthur Ashe Stadium after taking a set off Novak Djokovic. Not something most people can say on Ash. A 4-time U.S. Open champion, a 24-time major winner, and it is Djokovic, the 7th seed, who moves on to the third round. But let's move back into Louis Armstrong Stadium, where it's, at the moment, just Taylor Fritz on the court, and Prim Siripipat can tell us why.
Hey guys, so here in the second set, Fritz up 3-2 after dropping the opening set versus the qualifier from South Africa, Lloyd Harris. But on the changeover, the physio came out to tend to Harris, and Harris, from my vantage point here in the whisper section, he was kind of pointing towards his lower back on the left side, and then with his right hand was kind of also pointing towards the upper neck area as well. So I'm wondering if there's something that's going on in terms of tension, tightness, obviously something having to do with his neck all the way back down to the lower backside. And after a conversation and back and forth with the physio, they opted to walk off the court. I wonder if there's any sort of massage that's going on or further assessment. So after a few minutes, Taylor Fritz decided to get up off of his chair, and right now he's talking to his coach, Mike Russell, over there in the corner, and that's kind of where we are standing at this point. But Brian and Megan, as you kind of pointed out earlier, Harris had to qualify for this, and so this is his 5th match. So you kind of have to wonder, after all the pounding, and Megan, you just talked about that, the physicality and the demands of playing the sport, it can be really tough on the body.
For sure. I mean, I saw him grabbing his neck as he went towards the sideline for that changeover. Not only is the demand of the sport physical, but he's playing the number 4 player in the world, right? Who knows when to turn it on. He knows when to make balls and just put one more in the court when he needs to. But this is giving a great opportunity to Fritz to talk. I mean, when I was a junior, I know when you were a junior, someone took a timeout and you're out there in the middle of the court. Do I serve? What do I do? Do I bounce? But that gave Mike and Taylor a great opportunity to just settle in and figure out how he's going to play the next game.
Especially considering the circumstances where Fritz, although he kind of started this match off quite well, but he ended up dropping that opening set. So in many ways, this is exactly what he would have wanted. Of course, you don't want your opponent to get injured, but in terms of a shift in momentum and a nice little pause to reset and perhaps turn things around, this is playing into the favor of Fritz.
As we talk about the Lloyd Harris injury timeout off the court, just some more clarification on the statement that Jack Draper sent out through his representation, that he tried his very best to be here and give myself every chance to play, but the discomfort in my arm has become too much and I have to do what is right and look after myself. So we don't know what looking after himself means. As Mike Cation was saying earlier, if he decides to shut it down for the rest of the season, he's scheduled to be playing in China in just a couple of weeks. And we'll see if we see him again in Asia or back in Europe or anywhere else this fall. But that is certainly a blow, with last year's semifinalist Jack Draper out of the U.S. Open, withdrawn because of arm issues. And Zizou Bergs is through to the 3rd round here against either Gab Diallo or Jaume Munar, who will play in the 2nd round.
Yeah, Brian and Megan, if I could just hop in here. I was just mentioning with Mike and Patricia earlier that I was on courtside following Jack Draper's match against Federico Agustin Gomez in his opening match. And it came quite the surprise to me, because physically he looked really good and he looked, confident, happy to be out there. I was paying attention to his serve, and he's a lefty, and his forehand, he seemed to be swinging through his ground strokes. I even talked to him after the match and asked him particularly how his arm was, and he obviously didn't give any indication that it was that he was struggling with any sort of pain. So it does come as a surprise, but it sounds like, based on his statement, maybe that he's kind of looking at the bigger picture and had to pull the cord on this one. So meanwhile, over here, guys, Prims Ripapad over at Louis Armstrong Stadium. Lloyd Harris has returned to the court. He's getting ready to return, as he's kind of, looks like he put something in his mouth and took a swig of water. Perhaps it looks like maybe a pill. And so he's just returning after that injury timeout, where he was kind of pointing towards his neck and his back. He's down 3-2 here against Taylor Fritz after taking the opening set. So we'll see how his body holds up. He kind of held up both of his hands to gesture to Fritz. Apologies about the delay here. And here we go, back in action over at Louis Armstrong Stadium. Megan and Brian.
Yeah, thanks, Prim. More than 9 minutes since the last point until this point, and it's Lloyd Harris beginning with that serve that was out wide, and Fritz sent it back into net. It's 15-love.
And there are time limits for how long the players can be off court. But if they have an evaluation on the court, the treatment time doesn't start until they actually get to the treatment room. So it seems like a long time to you all, but it is structured, it's organized, and there are some parameters around it for the players.
15 all after Harris. It looked like he had the serve +1, but then just netted the forehand. Pretty easy forehand. Took a look up at the sky. Right now the sun is certainly a factor as Harris stands in the shadow, and he's serving to Fritz in the sun. Harris from the far baseline here in Armstrong steps into the court. Fritz to his left, backhand pass. Oh, just a little bit wide. He had the opening. It was the shot he liked, but it was just the execution a smidge off, and it's 30-15.
Harris approached the net. He didn't really build the point well enough to approach, and it was a kind of a standard, not wow approach shot. And he should have closed the net faster, shrinking Fritz's court that he had to hit into. But thankfully, Fritz gave him an error.
Then Fritz hitting from the shadow into the sunlight, and Harris, after badly missing that forehand, looks towards his team courtside and does a couple of air swings. And it does seem that the sunlight and the contrast from shadow to sun is a factor right now for Lloyd Harris. One thing that might help, if you were a wise guy, you'd say turn your hat around, because he's got his hat turned backwards. But it's not so much that the sun's in his eye, it's just that contrast of sunlight to shadow that seems to be the issue at the moment. 30 all, second serve down the tee. Backhand return middle from Fritz. Slice backhand from Harris. Now Harris goes forehand, inside in. Forehand slide from Fritz. Forehand Harris, who's in at net. Backhand pass attempt from Taylor. Great darting low backhand volley from Lloyd Harris right at net. Not a shot he's known for, but he pulled it off there.
That was great, because we teach you got to split step before you hit every volley. But really, he barely split step, because he saw that if he hadn't split step, the ball would have dropped below the net, and he wouldn't have been able to make contact with the ball above the net.
Now at 40-30 comes tee, and Fritz can only block it into the seats. Hold for Harris, 3 games all. Ball change for Fritz here at 3 all. We'll keep you up posted on some other scores after Novak Djokovic beat Zachary Svajda. We'll have Jessica Pegula, last year's runner-up on the women's side, the 4th seed, taking on Anna Blinkova. The second match of the day on Ash on the grandstand right now. Tomas Mahac is up 2-0 over Joao Fonseca of Brazil. Brandon Nakashima, another American on court 12, has forced a 5th set over the Swiss qualifier, Jerome Kim. 9 qualifiers on the men's side made it to the second round, most here in more than a decade. 10 made it in 2013, but Nakashima against the big serving Kim was down 2-1, and they have tipped that into a 5th set. Runner-up here a couple of years ago, Casper Ruud is down a set. Well, actually just won the second set over Raphael Collignon of Belgium. Collignon won the first set 6-4. Here's Taylor Fritz serving at 3 all from the near baseline into the center of the box. A locked backhand from Harris, floated long, 15 love.
I quite like when the qualifiers come through. First of all, it's going to be a big momentum change for them for the rest of the season, if not bleeding into the next year. But they're dangerous to play, because they've already gained so much confidence at this park, on the site, with the crowd, and they can wreak some havoc throughout the tournament. We saw Emma Raducanu do that a few years ago, really go all the way. It doesn't happen that often that they get too far just because of the physicality that we've been talking about. But they can cause some disruption at the beginning of the tournament.
Lloyd Harris, one of those qualifiers. He beat some big names just to get through. Beat Dan Evans in the first round of qualifying. As Harris nets the backhand, it's 40 love for Fritz.
One thing that I'm noticing between the two, I'm really paying attention to this serve count, although that's not something we traditionally do in tennis. But Harris has served 58 times, and Fritz has only served 46. So Fritz is up 40 love on his serve. What that tells me is that he is taking care of his serves, and he hasn't had to struggle very much on his service games.
Fritz just netted a backhand for 40-15. One of the stories of this tournament, certainly from a fan interest perspective here in Queens, is Alex Ila from the Philippines. Won her first round match and is in danger of going out of the U.S. Open down a set. Christina Buska is up 5-3 on Iala in the second set. That's on court 7. Buska won the first 6-4. Taylor Fritz holds for 4-3. We'll take a quick break and come back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. We're back in Louis Armstrong Stadium where Lloyd Harris is up a set on the American Taylor Fritz and trying to keep the second set on serve. 3-4 for Harris, who took a long off-court medical timeout a few minutes ago. Spent about 9 minutes of match time between points. Now he's in at net, hits one overhead towards Fritz, and then Fritz testing him again, goes right back at him, and Harris just missed the volley. He dumped the forehand into the net. It's love 15.
That didn't look like a hard overhead to hit for Harris, but I don't know if the transition from the sun, the light, to the shade had some impact, because that was a routine overhead for him to put away, but something happened.
Yeah, the ball he was hitting, the ball Fritz gave him, was coming out of the sunlight, and Harris was in the shadow, so that certainly could be a factor. Harris missed that first serve. He's won fewer than half the second serve points in this second set, exactly half for the match, and that's another second serve point he loses, netting a forehand from the baseline, and in some trouble here, love 30.
Not a time to get broken. He's been serving quite well throughout this match, but his movement on that last forehand wasn't sharp enough on a routine middle forehand after a serve.
Harris with the white hat turned backwards at love 30, well wide of the center line. 25 second serve points played in the match for Lloyd Harris. He's only won 12 of them. Lost that last point on a second serve. Good second serve, though, but then it's the backhand that misses. That was a great return from Fritz off an 81-mile-an-hour second serve. And Fritz has created all sorts of problems for Lloyd Harris. Triple break point.
Fritz was able to move through the return, compacting his stroke so he could take that ball as early as possible, really limiting Harris's time after his serve. He wasn't able to get over there and strike that backhand the way he wanted.
Serve out wide. Great serve. Flat from Harris that Fritz could not touch. 104, perfectly placed at a tight angle, and it's 15-40 with a break point saved.
He needs a few more serve plus one. Harris, if he can strike that serve out wide, look for the middle forehand like he's been doing, but get his footwork organized so he can capitalize on it.
Christina Buxa has beaten Alex Yala 6-4, 6-3 on court 7. Yala's impressive story ends for 2025 at the U.S. Open. Backhand exchange from the baseline from both. It's Harris into the Fritz backhand. Taylor's off the tape and then drops. That's 2 break points saved for Lloyd Harris, but 1 more to go.
Harris has found a way to eliminate these free points. He really needs to hold serve here so he doesn't let Fritz run away with the momentum.
Missed that first serve, and the key to saving these break points has been getting that first serve in play. Harris now has to rely on the second serve. That's how he found himself down. Love 40 goes right into the box. Fritz with a backhand. Cross-court forehand from Harris, and Fritz mishits the forehand and looks pretty frustrated with himself after that miss. It's deuce. Harris has saved all 3 break points.
On each second serve, Fritz is attacking. He's going down the line. Perhaps Harris is starting to pick up on this pattern because, for all practical purposes, Fritz should have been in control of that point, but Harris was able to be there.
Harris to his right goes cross-court with a forehand. They trade center of the baseline at deuce. Backhand Fritz, forehand Harris with shape under it. Now a flattened out forehand from Fritz. Harris got there, though. Fritz comes in again, hits a backhand behind Harris, who recovers with a forehand. Harris goes backhand inside out. Fritz leaning, arcs a forehand. That Harris flattens out. Did it catch the sideline? Yes, it did. Lloyd Harris pumps the fist. Great job of hanging in that rally and giving Fritz some variety right back at him.
So for Fritz, he really had the momentum in that game. He's up 30 love, then 40 love, not able to convert that break point. This is a critical moment in the match.
Fritz looked frustrated with some of those misses. Serve goes out wide. Little serve and volley, but Harris undercooked that volley. Just did not get close enough to it. Wound up on one knee, missed it into net. It's deuce.
So this is important. Players, don't panic, okay? First, Fritz had the momentum. Now Harris had the momentum. And Fritz has kept it cool, so he's able to regain control and put himself in another position to potentially break Harris.
Harris up the center, a little bit long. Jessica Pegula, Anna Blinkova taking the court in Arthur Ashe Stadium. They'll begin their warm-up shortly ahead of their second-round match. Backhand from Harris. It goes deep and past Fritz. Harris with such ease, and you remember this from a few years ago when he made it to the quarterfinals here, how it's that easy power he can generate, and that backhand was another good example of it.
Part of that easy power, Brian, is having a live arm. I mean, he's a lanky dude. You look at the arc on his serve. He's bent over. He seems pretty flexible, and that liveliness and ability to make contact with such ease is what helps create that power.
And that's a huge hold for Lloyd Harris as Fritz misses long. Harris from love 40 down holds for 4-all in the second set, and he leads Taylor Fritz by a set to love here on Louis Armstrong Stadium.
So what can happen at times is players get upset that, oh, I had the lead and I lost it. So they start focusing on what they didn't do instead of saying in the moment and realizing that this is a great thing about tennis. Every point you have an opportunity to change.
Fritz at 4-all, serving from the far baseline. They settle at the baseline that ends, and when Harris misses a backhand long, 15-love. Jerome Kim up an early break on Brandon Nakashima in the fifth set on court 12, but Nakashima has a couple of break points on the Swiss qualifier. Fritz missed that serve down the tee wide. Arthur Rinderknecht up a break on Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, the 18th seed on court 10. Big day at this U.S. Open. A lot going on. Biggest news story, the withdrawal of Jack Draper, 5th seed on the men's side. Here it's the 4th seed on the men's side. Taylor Fritz down a set. And a long baseline exchange with Lloyd Harris. Harris got caught running past the ball that hit the net cord, but recovered in time. Now Harris is a forehand behind Fritz. Taylor recovers with a deep backhand. Backhand cross from Harris. Fritz takes it with a cross-court backhand. Backhand cross. Now an inside-out backhand netted by Fritz. 15-all.
And Fritz drops his racket. It almost looks like he intentionally did that, but I'm going to give him a pass and say it was an accidental drop.
You don't see Fritz do that a lot, and that's why there's some, I might believe you if you told me that. That was the longest rally of this match. You wouldn't expect these two to play really long rallies, and they haven't. 16 shots in that one. Here's Fritz at 15-all. He goes out wide and misses. Marcos Giron up 2 sets to love on Benjamin Bonzi. That's on court 11. Forehand middle from both players. Now a cross-court forehand from Harris. A forehand into the backhand of Fritz. Now a leaning forehand Harris. It loops up for Fritz to crush it inside-out forehand. Taylor swings around to the backhand. Slice backhand Harris off the baseline. Fritz with a two-hander of his own. It's that slice again from Harris. Fritz now arcs a forehand. Harris does the same, but with the backhand, and it's long. There it was Fritz who changed things up a bit to his benefit. It's 30-15.
Yeah, you have to change the height. You have to change the pace. At some point, if you keep driving the ball hard at your opponent, they may get used to it. It can be more disruptive to throw in a slice, throw in a slower ball, because then they have to create the pace.
Cool to see Victoria Azarenka, 3 times a runner-up here, into the third round. She beat a fellow veteran, Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova, 6-3, 6-3, and awaits the winner of the Pegula-Blinkova match that's about to begin on Ashe. We're in Armstrong. We're the American #1 on the men's side. Taylor Fritz is in a fight against Lloyd Harris. 30-all, 4-all second set with Harris, the qualifier from South Africa, taking the first set 6-4.
This match is coming down to the wire. For the total match, Lloyd has won 59 points to Fritz's 61. So it is a matter of just a few shots here and there that are making the difference in this match.
And how big was that hold from Harris when he was down low 40 and found a way to hold serve? Fritz unable to break and looked disappointed. And now here we are as Harris just missed the forehand. He took a long look at that mark from where Fritz's ball caught the baseline. It was not called out. It's 40-30 for Fritz.
Players have to be like Nemo. They got to forget it because Fritz doesn't have the time or space to really be worrying about not breaking him right now.
First serve coming here for Fritz. 40-30, 4-all. Great serve tee that Harris could only block back long. Fritz holds for 5-4 in the second set. When we come back to Armstrong, the pressure will be on Lloyd Harris, up a set and 4-5 in the second on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Business end of the second set at Louis Armstrong Stadium, where Lloyd Harris, if he plays his cards right, could be going up 2-0 on the fourth seed from the United States, last year's runner-up Taylor Fritz. Harris, the qualifier, took the first set 6-4 and will now serve at 4-5. Not long ago, he found himself triple break point down, but he saved those break points. And if there is a turning point in that second set, just think of that moment, because it really seemed to frustrate Fritz, and it certainly galvanized Lloyd Harris.
Harris coming back off an injury timeout and was a little slow out of the start of that second set. But that break, or hold, could have set him up to continue to be in the set, although he doesn't start the service game off very well.
No, he had Fritz moving to his left, basically abandoning the center of the court, so Harris put the ball right there. The only problem was his forehand missed long by a couple feet. He gifts the first point of this crucial game to Taylor Fritz. 15-love. Serve into the Fritz forehand. A deep return from Taylor. That's a good one. Now Fritz steps in. Forehand drop shot. Hits the tape and then just drifts over. Fritz getting all the bounces and breaks here through the first 2 points of this 10th game.
Harris's last service game started just like this, but he was able to just make the balls when it mattered, even though he was serving up Fritz second serves. But let's see what he's going to do here.
Love 30. Harris's toss and serve is wide of the tee. Second serve on the way from the 28-year-old to the soon-to-be 28-year-old. Taylor a few months younger. Backhand cross, backhand slice from Harris. Forehand middle Fritz, forehand middle from Harris. Fritz to his right. Cross court with a forehand. Forehand from Harris hitting behind Fritz, who leaned and got the forehand back into play. Now Fritz to his left with a cross court backhand. Forehand off the back foot Harris. Backhand middle Fritz. Forehand cross Harris. Backhand cross wide from Fritz. Harris on the board. It's 15-30.
Harris at the start of the last 2 service games have had loose points at the front end of the game, but then buckles down and really gets his feet in better position, moves with a lot more intensity to make sure he's in the right position to make Fritz play, and draws an error.
It was a 15-shot rally. 15-30 for Lloyd Harris. 4-5 second set. He leads Taylor Fritz by a set to love. Pegula and Blinkova have just begun their match in Ash, with Blinkova serving first as she's into the second round of the U.S. Open for the first time. Backhand cross from Fritz, backhand cross from Harris. They trade on the ad side until Fritz misses long with his backhand, 30-all.
Fritz has coughed up 2 backhand errors, 1 wide and 1 long. Prem talked to us earlier about Harris's approach of targeting Taylor's backhand. It seems to be working when it's important points.
An exhale and a shrug of the shoulders from Lloyd Harris. His toss, his serve, it's down the center, though. That's a great serve at 121. Fritz can only parry it long with his backhand. It's 40-30 from Lloyd Harris.
I'm impressed with Harris's ability to not get distracted by being down at the beginning of his service game. We talked earlier, Harris has served 73 serves throughout this match. to Fritz's 54. So he's having to work harder off of his service games to hold, but he's doing a good job of getting himself out of trouble.
Second serve goes into the Fritz backhand middle. That was a 78-mile-an-hour second serve. It set Fritz right up in this point, and he takes advantage as Harris misses a forehand. It's deuce, and Harris needs to be very careful.
That was a stronger shot from Fritz. He'd been rolling, not being as aggressive, but Fritz really stepped into that forehand and unleashed, injecting it with power, making it difficult for Harris to get to the ball.
Here's the toss from Harris, and that serve slams into net. Toss in the second serve. It's down the middle. A backhand middle from Fritz. A lifted forehand into the cross-court backhand of Fritz. Backhand slice into the backhand. Netted by Fritz, and he taps the racket against the ground. It's been a frustrating afternoon at times for Taylor Fritz. Advantage Harris. A chance for 5-all.
So Harris, he ran around the first forehand he hit after his serve and was able to get the ball up to Fritz high on that backhand. Fritz was able to find Harris's backhand, but Harris sliced it back, giving him two totally contrasted looks and made it difficult for him to get the ball in the court.
Tomas Mahach up 40-15. He's got a couple of match points on Joao Fonseca on the grandstand. Here is Lloyd Harris double faults for deuce.
That's an inopportune moment for a double fault. But he knows it. He gives himself a wince and he sticks out his tongue, but hopefully he's able to make this first serve on this point.
And he does with a thunderbolt down the center. Fritz blocks back. Harris waits. It comes back long. Advantage Harris. And a great stat that illuminates something you pointed out a moment ago. We just saw on our screens the average game length in terms of time. Harris's are almost twice as long as Fritz. He's 4 minutes plus for his average game. The average Fritz service game barely 2 minutes. Advantage Harris, though, here for 5-all. Thumps another one out wide that Fritz can't get back. Harris holds 5-all in the second set.
I can't overemphasize how brilliant it is that Harris is able to just not get annoyed by the fact that he's starting every game 30 love, 40 love down. I mean, that's impressive. A lot of players would, amateur players, some of the players I get to work with, they'd come home after the match and say, well, can you believe that I wasn't able to convert that or whatever happened? They get distracted by things that they don't have any control over, and Harris is doing an excellent job of just staying in the moment.
15 love here for Fritz. He serves out wide. The backhand comes back from Harris. A short forehand from Fritz. Backhand. He injected too much pace and depth. It was well long, and it's 15-all.
Still, backhand after backhand. Fritz is making a ton of unforced errors off of that side.
Serve and the return floats back into a swept forehand from Fritz, who swings around to the backhand middle. Now a backhand from deep behind the baseline. Cross-court backhand Fritz. Slice backhand from Harris. Forehand up the right side. Fritz, who glides to his left for a cross-court backhand. Slice backhand from Harris. Fritz goes cross-court with a forehand from the ad side. Another slice backhand from Harris. Backhand. Bunted back Harris. A running hook forehand Fritz. Harris gets there with a forehand that's long. And that's the first time in a while we've seen Fritz come out on top in a longer, extended exchange.
Yeah, Fritz is doing a great job on that forehand side, driving that ball cross court, getting his feet in the right position, using his legs, using the court to help him drive the ball. And that is the few errors that I've seen Harris make when he is traveling from the left side of the court to the right. They add to the deuce. On a hard ball to the forehand, he can cough up a few errors.
Great wide serve from Fritz that Harris blocked back long. It's 40-15.
It's so easy when you got such a serve like that. You can get out of binds.
Serve chipped back by Harris. Here comes Fritz into net. Harris tries to pass with a backhand. It finds the net. And Fritz holds for 6-5. But this second set still has a ways to go. Harris will try to bring it into a tiebreak at 5-6 when we come back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Pressure moments and big moments here in Louis Armstrong Stadium on this Wednesday afternoon. It's a gorgeous day, about 12 minutes before 3 o'clock in New York City. It's great to have you with us. I'm Brian Clark. I'm with Megan Moulton-Levy. We've got Prim Saripapat all over the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. You heard from Mike Cation, Patricia He. Later on, we'll have more of our star-studded lineup, and it is a star-studded day of tennis. And what a fight this has been for Lloyd Harris. He took the first set from Taylor Fritz, 6-4, and is now serving to try to bring this second set into a tiebreak. This is the third meeting between these two, the second at tour level. And they split the two tour level meetings, both of which were back in 2020. Forehand netted by Harris, and just looking at how those meetings went down, one of them, it's labeled a Cincinnati match, but of course that was here because that was the year Cincinnati was played on site here because of COVID. It was right after the tours resumed, and that was a straight sets win for Fritz. Earlier that year, indoors in Antwerp, Harris had beaten Fritz in straight sets, but 7-5, 7-6. So not a lot between these two as they trade, and Fritz just framed a forehand, and that ball still has not come down. Oh, and the ball crew member made an awesome catch. I had time to pitch a tent and camp out under that ball. A lot of time to think about all those eyes that were on him, but he did not disappoint on the other side of the net. Crowd enjoyed that. Fritz did not enjoy that forehand miss.
So does that count as an out since it didn't bounce?
Good point. Ball crew member also had two balls in his other hand, so he sort of used them as a glove. It was an impressive job. Serve down the center with the backhand return. Now an inside-in forehand from Harris. Oh, what a pass from Fritz! He's on his back foot, but was able to generate enough power to stripe one down the left sideline, and he's got a chance here. It's 15-30.
You just can't come in off a shot like that. He wasn't compromised at all. So he's overcommitted. Harris was overcommitted. He had no option but to come in, but not every short ball is actually an aggressive opportunity for you.
15-30. Fritz sensing the opportunity here, hops up and down. He'll get a look at a second serve after Harris misses the first. Second serve into the Fritz forehand. The return's long. 30 all.
Fritz is motioning to himself. He almost shook his racket looking at his forehand, swung out. He is getting frustrated. He has had so many opportunities off of Harris's serve, but Harris is unfazed by it.
Ace from Harris, a T ace. Caught the outside of the center line at 125, and what a time for it. 125-mile-an-hour serve from Lloyd Harris, and he's got 40-30 and a chance for a second set tiebreak. Nets that first serve. Tomas Mohac has won over Joao Fonseca in 3 on the grandstand. It'll be Francis Tiafoe and Martin Dahm next as Harris misses a routine backhand from the center of the baseline. It's deuce.
Usually players, after their serve, they try and find a forehand. That was an unusual shot selection for Harris to hit that serve and then move around his forehand to find a middle backhand.
Jessica Pegula has broken Anna Blinkova on Ash. 3-all in the fifth set on court 12 for Brandon Nakashima and Jerome Kim, the Swiss qualifier. Nakashima trying to come back from 2 sets to 1 down. He was down an early break in the fifth set, but they're at 3-all. That's on court 12. Second serve here for Harris at deuce. Backhand from Fritz, who's trying to set up a set point. Backhand from Fritz down the right sideline. Forehand miss-hit from Harris, but it goes. Cross-court forehand. Harris' second miss-hit forehand does not go, and it is a set point for Taylor Fritz.
Every player has a stronger angle that they like to play. Some players like to use their deuce side cross court as a base. Others like to use the ad side, the left side of the court, going diagonally. Fritz has seen a lot of success when he uses his forehand to Harris's forehand with a lot of pace, not giving him much room, jamming him, and Harris normally misses those in the net.
Serve and volley for Harris, and that volley, he made it interesting, but he steered it in play, put a lot of his own power behind that return from Fritz, and he saves the set point. It's deuce.
It was maybe an inch away from being out. That would have made me too nervous, but he really stuck that volley. Harris took it and stabbed it cross court.
And it's the latest chapter in a frustrating story for Fritz, who is now 0 for 7 on break points in this match. 4 of those have come in this set, including that love 40 game. Backhand return middle from Fritz. Now to his left goes Fritz with a cross-court backhand. Harris with a forehand middle. Forehand from Fritz. Now an inside-out forehand Harris. Backhand cross from Fritz. Harris mishits a forehand. And here is break chance number 5 in this set for Taylor Fritz. And it's another set point.
A few moments ago, I was talking about angles, corners, patterns that players like to play. I get the sense that Harris has been using that ad cross-court exchange to pin Francis's. I'm
right
thinking
generation.
About that match. Fritz's backhand. But Fritz won that point on the ad side exchange, giving him confidence.
Well, Harris will get confidence with another ace. We've seen him do that now a few times from the ad court, that short serve at the angle. Fritz had no chance for it. It was again there, another ace. That's 3 in the set, 6 for the match for Lloyd Harris, and that is 0 for 8 on break points for the match for Taylor Fritz. Now a deuce serve and volley from Harris, who gets low with the forehand. Fritz trying to pass. He almost did, but Harris was able to reflex a backhand volley right at Fritz. Great hands from Lloyd Harris. Fritz had no response except to swipe his racket through the air in anger and frustration. Advantage Harris.
At some point when you're at net, there's no room. Both of them were inside the service line. Harris was able to guess the right way, but was prepared. You see sometimes players, they guess and their hands are fighting, saving their face, but Harris was ready. That was a great point.
Harris with that white hat turned backwards. Looks across the court, trying to get it to 6-all and force a tiebreak. He's done it. He goes T, 115. Fritz had no response. 7 aces in the match, 4 of them in this set. Those numbers apply to both Taylor Fritz and Lloyd Harris, and this set's been so even. That's why we'll decide it in a tiebreak after 65 minutes.
How often do we see challenges anymore?
Very rarely.
Electronic line calling is done wonders.
Ace from Fritz to begin the tiebreak. Taylor this year 16 and 19 in tie breaks. Lloyd Harris is 3 and 2.
Harris has been doing a good job of fighting his way out of trouble on his service games. In a tiebreaker, the energy is, the flow of the point is a lot different. You only have 2 points on your serve, so he doesn't have the opportunity to lose 2 and then get 2 back because the tiebreak doesn't allow it.
And Fritz just missed a forehand. It's 1-1. Also a tiebreak underway on court 5. Cameron Norrie and Francisco Comesana of Argentina. They're in a first set tiebreak. Winner of that match will get Novak Djokovic in the 3rd round. He beat Zach Svida in 4 on Ash. Harris missed that serve out wide. Jessica Pegula has a second break point in the opening set on Anna Blinkova, a chance to break her rather for the second time, and Pegula's done just that. Pegula up 4-1 on Ash, and Taylor Fritz up 2-1 in this tiebreak right next door on Armstrong after that double fault.
Was Fritz serving so well? In order for Harris to stay on pace and stay in this tiebreaker, he's going to have to win one of Fritz's service points.
Serve blocked back by Harris. Now Harris with a forehand into the Fritz backhand. Backhand cross from Fritz. Backhand middle from Harris. Forehand middle Fritz. Forehand from Harris with plenty of loop under it. Fritz tried to flatten it out, but he flattened it into the net. It's 2-all.
He jumped into the air to keep that in his strike zone where you hit the ball when you make contact with it. He was so far back. He made contact with it about his shoulder height. He can't drive that one down from that position in the court.
Here's Fritz at 2-all. He serves out wide. Harris with a soft forehand return, moves to his left. Fritz goes cross court with a backhand. Harris does the same. They trade from the ad side. Now a backhand middle Fritz. Backhand middle from Harris. Fritz into the Harris backhand that's netted as he tried to pull the trigger up the left sideline, but missed it. 3-2 for Fritz in this second set tiebreak. Last point before they switch ends.
Harris did enough by keeping himself in the game. He is on serve by winning one of Fritz's service points. So here, I'd love to see him make some of his first serves so he can have an easier time winning the points in this tiebreaker.
Here's Lloyd Harris at 2-3. Up the center he goes. Comes in behind. It got low for that volley, but it hangs up for Fritz to try a backhand pass. And Harris was able to only deflect it. Did he almost pull the racket away thinking it was going to miss and then realize, oh no, that's in, but he couldn't get a play on it?
I think that's exactly what happened. And I'm shocked that he came forward on that. It wasn't, he didn't never compromise him enough to actually come forward and create an easy opening. I think that was a nervous shot selection, a nervous decision from Harris to come forward on that point.
After the change of ends, Lloyd Harris will serve at 2-4.
He's played down from behind almost every time he's served in this match, or in this set, excuse me.
And there is that lingering question you mentioned earlier, just the mileage, coming through qualifying, not having the matches, overcoming the physical injuries, and now approaching 100 serves. You talked about the serve count. Approaching 2 hours on court. He double faults, sent the second serve long. It's 5-2 Fritz. The other thing that Harris is doing, as you said, just playing from behind, he's not making life any easier on himself. With these average service games are well north of 4 minutes long. That's just putting a lot of pressure and taking certainly a toll on Lloyd Harris.
When he doesn't make enough first serves, it makes it difficult for him to win these games easily.
Slice backhand from Harris. Fritz goes cross court with a backhand from the baseline and just missed it long. 5-3.
Smart play from Harris. Fritz has been coughing up a lot of backhand errors. He changed Harris, threw in a slice there to give Fritz a different pace of ball.
Perfectly spotted ace from Taylor Fritz. He put it out wide. Harris couldn't get there. And it's now a couple of set points for Taylor Fritz. He had 2 on the Harris serve earlier, but now he's got several on his own serve right here.
Harris has got to put that serve in.
Cameron Norrie won the opening set tiebreak over Francisco Comesaña 7-5. That's on court 5 here in Armstrong. Taylor Fritz trying to win a second set tiebreak over Lloyd Harris, who serves into net. We have seen a few double faults in this tiebreak from Harris. All of his 6 have come in this second set. Second serve, it's a backhand from Fritz on the return, who moves to his left for a cross-court backhand. Harris mishits the forehand, and Taylor Fritz, frustrated at times, finds a way. Took him 71 minutes. Could not convert a whole slew of break opportunities, but he got it done in the tiebreak. And so Fritz able to get that set, and we are even on sets. A compelling matchup in Armstrong on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
hear this crowd here. I think it's an uncomfortable watch for them. It's clear somebody is struggling physically. Serve, good. Djokovic back in cross. Svajda digs it out. Djokovic, forehand inside in. Slap forehand, good. Djokovic rolls the forehand up the line. Clean winner. And Novak Djokovic, down a break, rattles off the last 5 games of that set and takes it 6-3.
Few extra bounces for Djokovic. His pale blue shirt blows in the breeze. He serves out wide, blocked with the backhand. Here's Djokovic in, leaps and smashes his way into the 3rd round of the U.S. Open.
Well, not that great, to be honest. I wasn't really happy about my tennis for the first part of the match, but also credit to Zach for playing some really high-quality tennis. And, unfortunate that he obviously struggled with the injury towards the end of the second, but kudos to him for staying on the court. You know, it was obvious that he couldn't serve as well as he did for a set and a half. I wished him all the best at the net. I think he's playing really well.
Those were the sounds of the first match of the day in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Novak Djokovic, a winner over Zach Svajda, the American. Jessica Pegula, another American, not having much trouble in that opening set against Aryna Blinkova. She took it 6-1. Pretty straightforward fashion. 14 winners for Pegula. And Blinkova into the second round of the U.S. Open for the first time is having a rough go of it in Arthur Ashe Stadium. We're back in Louis Armstrong Stadium, where it has been a compelling match between Taylor Fritz, the 4th seed, last year's runner-up on the men's side, to complement Pegula, reaching the same point on the women's side, and Lloyd Harris, a quarterfinalist here a few years ago, who's really been struggled by injuries, but came through qualifying here and is showing Taylor Fritz why he was such an ascendant player a few years ago. As Fritz, it's been frustrating at times, Megan Moulton-Levy for Taylor Fritz, but it's also, you've seen the pressure get to Harris at some big moments. He had all of those double faults, 8 of them in that, 6 of them in that second set. And so he's had his own problems to deal with as he serves here at 40-30.
And like we've been talking about, Harris has not made it easy on himself. He hasn't made enough first serves, which this game alone, he was down 30-15. Harris has consistently had to fight back from being behind on each service game.
.40-30 for Lloyd Harris. He floats in that serve. It was a second serve, 83 miles an hour. Backhand from Fritz. Backhand middle into the middle backhand from both players. Now backhand into the forehand cross from Fritz. Forehand up the right sideline, Harris. Backhand flattened out by Fritz. That was a big one. Harris got there. Fritz watches from the left sideline and cranks a forehand. He took a high ball with some topspin and striped it down the left sideline for deuce.
His feet were just outside of the service box, and he made contact with that forehand well above his shoulder. So he's making contact above the net. That is the time where he can drive and swing down on the ball. Because of where he was on the court, he had to in order to put that ball back in the court.
First serve missed from Harris, who's beginning this third set the way he's played the first 2. Long service games. Fritz making him work, but one thing Fritz has not been able to do is break Lloyd Harris. 0 for 8 on break points in this match. And that forehand just missed. Advantage Harris.
Before coaching was allowed, as a player, it's so hard to keep track of everything that's happening in your match. And sometimes when you're nervous, you can't see what's been happening. So Harris, I don't know if he knows that he has not put in enough first serves. So, but now there's coaching. So his team should be telling him, take the pace off the serve, put a few more first serves in the court, and see if Fritz responds to that.
Anthony Harris, Lloyd Harris's coach. Lloyd Harris was playing serve and volley there, but he netted it for deuce. Second serve coming. This is the opening game of the third set. Harris won the first set 6-4. Fritz the second in a tiebreak. And then Harris just sprays a forehand wide, and Fritz has another break point, but we've been here before. Martin Daum and Frances Tiafoe are walking on court on the grandstand. We'll be over there in a bit. We're also keeping an eye, another seeded American, Brandon Nakashima, in a war of attrition on court 12 with another qualifier, Jerome Kim of Switzerland. Break point here for an American against a qualifier. That's Taylor Fritz, has a chance to break Lloyd Harris, and does finally. Fritz 1 for 9 on break points, but that break is a stylish way to begin the third set for Taylor Fritz. As they switch ends, as the clock strikes 2 hours. We're 9 minutes past 3 o'clock on this Wednesday, so we'll just reset what's going on here. Novak Djokovic was a winner earlier over Zachary Svajda in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Djokovic won the first set, and then Svajda, who was giving Djokovic obviously everything he could handle, just really seemed to be struggling physically, could not move well, and wasn't moving much. We heard Novak just give him credit for staying on the court to complete the match. Djokovic threw, Emma Raducanu threw earlier. Raducanu looking dangerous. This is somebody who had not won a main draw match here since the 2021 final, which of course she won as a qualifier. But Raducanu has been ruthless, and she has a potentially tasty third-round matchup against Elena Rybakina. Rybakina will be on in a bit on Stadium 17. Casper Ruud is trying to come back from a set down, and he's currently up 2-1 on Rafael Collignon of Belgium. Rybakina to follow there against Teresa Valentova. Here's Taylor Fritz working quickly. It's 30-love.
Taylor has such a great serve, so something I've just been thinking about watching this match, analyzing, if I were coaching these players, what I would do, or what coaches do in general. You're told you should be in control of the point after your serve. And Fritz can do that because he's making first serves. But there's a misconception. Harris, when he's on his service games, he's going for aces.
And around the net post came Lloyd Harris. That's the return game equivalent of going for an ace. He crushed that ball from deep behind the baseline. A clean winner.
And that may be his style of play. But when it's not working, Harris has to pull back. And I'm talking particularly on his service games, because Fritz is just serving lights out and not giving an opportunity to get in Fritz's service games.
Backhand cross into the slice backhand from Lloyd Harris, who crushes a forehand. Fritz runs into a backhand. He blocks it back, moves left backhand. Angled pass. What a shot from Taylor Fritz. It seemed impossible because Harris was right on top of the net, but Harris found a bit of daylight. Fritz found it just out of the reach of Harris to exploit it. And what a shot for Fritz for 2-love. What a way to consolidate that break here early in the third set.
Fritz is feeling it. He's moving better. He's shaking his racket at the crowd. He seems to be settled into this match, understanding, there's no pressure for him right now because he is getting in Fritz's every serve. He's been in that serve. You talked about it just a second ago. He's had 9 opportunities to break. He's only broken once, but he broke the first game of this set and might be able to do it again here.
Ace from Harris. He sliced that serve wide. It's 15-love.
Took some pace out of that. He served at 99 miles per hour. That's exactly what I was talking about just a minute ago. If he can take the pace off, make a few more first serves, it might put him in a position to win some of these service games easily.
Serve comes down the center. It's blocked back by Fritz, who now is playing full defense and has no response for another punishing forehand from Lloyd Harris. It's 30-love. Slice serve out wide. Fritz runs into it and sends the forehand return long.
Another 99 mile per hour serve out wide. This seems to be working for him. He's had 2 first serves off of the deuce side. Let's see what he does on this ad side serve.
Harris nets that first serve. Second serve comes down the center, blocked back by Fritz. Inside in forehand again. Harris doing a little bit too much. and he sent it long. It's 40-15 rather, after that miss. Brandon Nakashima, a couple of points to bring up a fifth set tiebreak with Jerome Kim of Switzerland, and he's gotten there. So they are going the distance on court 5. Nakashima, the 30th seed, was down 2-1, but was able to force a fifth. And they'll play a 10-point tiebreak. Lloyd Harris struggling with his serve here as he misses that serve off the tape, and it flies wide. Second serve down the center, backhand reply short from Fritz. Slice backhand off the baseline from Harris. Now he carves another slice cross court on the ad side. Same from Harris. Fritz to his right. Nets the cross court forehand. Harris holds. He's on the board, but it's Taylor Fritz up a break. We're even on sets early in set 3 on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Physio's back on court in Louis Armstrong Stadium for Lloyd Harris, which is concerning given Harris's injury history. We saw that long medical timeout midway through the second set, a set that Taylor Fritz won in a tiebreak after Harris took the first 6-4. But we are going to head, probably for the first time in this U.S. Open, out to court 12, one of the smaller, more intimate courts, but there is not a seat or spot to be had because people see that scoreboard deep in a fifth set, and they flock to it like moths to a flame, and that's why they are here. They're about 10 deep on the left side on the rail where you can stand, and they are watching this 10-point tiebreak between the Swiss qualifier, Jerome Kim, and the 30th seed from the United States, Brandon Nakashima, who's had a great 2025. He's gotten himself seated here, but he has gotten all that Jerome Kim can give him, and Kim gives a lot of attack, a lot of pressure, and a lot of pace. And Jerome Kim, the qualifier, is in front 3-1.
We've been talking about a lot of qualifiers today, and they're able to go to distance. This is a fifth set.
Said before, 9 qualifiers on the men's side got to the second round here. That's the most since 10 did it back in 2013. Jerome Kim was a former boys semifinalist here back in 2021. And he is thumping some aces. That's another one for 4-1. Kim now 27 aces on the match.
Those of you listening around the world, there are multiple paths to becoming a professional tennis player. You can take the junior ITF path, like Kim and some of the other players we've mentioned throughout the past 4 days. Or players as juniors, someone as early as young as 13 for the women's side, they can start going on the professional tour. So you have the junior Grand Slam tour, or you have the I'm going to turn professional and play only professional tournaments as soon as I'm eligible to do so. Both paths, not one is better than the other, but there are options.
They switch ends at 4-2 with Kim in front after he missed that backhand long. So Brandon Nakashima, who got a career-high ranking earlier this year after another semifinal run. That was the semifinal run in Acapulco. Then he got to won a couple of matches at Indian Wells, a few more in Miami. Did well on clay with 2 wins in Madrid, beaten there by Daniil Medvedev in 3 sets. And then he did very well on grass, quarterfinals in Stuttgart and Queens, 3rd round at Wimbledon, quarterfinal in D.C. And he won matches in both Cincinnati and Toronto. But right here, the focus on the U.S. Open, and he brings the pressure to Jerome Kim. Nakashima able to come into net, close off some angles, and force Kim to miss long. Plenty of Nakashima fans.
Nakashima took that forehand approach shot and hit it exactly in the same spot that Kim was standing. That's a great tactic, because when you drive the ball so hard, you often don't have enough time to get out of the ball, and Kim was not able to strike that ball well enough and ended up pushing it out wide for a backhand error.
4-3 for Jerome Kim. Thumps another one down the center, another ace down the center. That's 28. 5-3 for Jerome Kim. This is the 10-point tiebreak. Give you one guess who Jerome Kim's favorite player was growing up in Switzerland. You want to take that guess? Serve goes out wide, and it's blocked back by Nakashima.
Ask me again.
Sorry, Megan, I did not realize Megan was speaking with the powers that be. I'll give you one guess. Who was Jerome Kim's favorite player growing up in Switzerland?
Oh, come on. I don't know. Bencic?
No, he's not that
Just
young.
kidding.
He's not that young.
Maybe someone named Roger?
It was, of course, Roger Federer. One of two men to win this tournament 5 times. Novak Djokovic is trying to win the U.S. Open 5 times. He's through to the 3rd round after beating Zach Svajda. That was an ash. We're here on court 12 right now. Brandon Nakashima at 3-6, served out wide, and Kim unable to get moving to get a better shot on that ball. Missed the backhand wide. It's 6-4 for Kim, as Nakashima talking a lot about Jerome Kim because people might not be familiar with somebody who's just 22 years old. But Brandon Nakashima is having what you call a breakout year. Beat Jesper de Jong in the 1st round. That was a long one. Had to win a 5th set tiebreak there. And now he finds himself in another 5th set tiebreak, and he's trying to come back from an early deficit, and it's working. He's gotten it to 6-5.
That is an extremely difficult serve to hit that Nakashima just hit. Serving on the deuce side to the middle line. We call that a T serve. And it almost tracked the line. It went parallel to the line going through the baseline. A lot of times when people try to hit T serves on the deuce side, it veers towards the middle, towards the alley. And that is not as an effective of the big ace that Nakashima was able to hit to stay in this 10-point tiebreaker and make it 6-5.
Gets a look at a second serve here from Jerome Kim. He's got the white hat turned backwards. That's a great second serve down the tee, twisting away from Nakashima, who's down to one knee. The power barrage continues from Jerome Kim, 7-5. He's 3 points from the finish line in his Grand Slam main draw debut. He's a few points away from the 3rd round of the U.S. Open.
They are both, Nakashima and Kim, are attacking each other's backhands, but they're not going to the lines. They are going deep up the middle of the court, not giving the opponent any angle, and really forcing some errors out of their opponent.
Keeping an eye on Armstrong, where Taylor Fritz and Lloyd Harris have split sets. It's Fritz up a break at 2-1 in the 3rd. We'll check in on that in a moment. Prim Siripipat is also watching the action in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Jessica Pegula up a set on Anna Blinkova. Here's Kim's serve out wide. He just missed it. He was looking for ace number 29. He's in front 7-5 on Brandon Nakashima. Toss and the serve from the 22-year-old right into the center of the box. Nakashima with a forehand. Nakashima again with the forehand. Kim steps in and nets his forehand. 7-6.
Brian, we had such a great view of how the ball was traveling over the net. The camera was behind Kim, and I could see on his first forehand that he hit, the ball cleared the net by about 4 to 6 feet. That next ball, Nakashima pushed him back. Kim was even further, but he didn't hit the forehand with as much height and trajectory, so he netted that forehand in the net.
Nakashima from the far baseline here on a packed court 12. He goes out wide, but just missed. There's the toss and that serve. Kim looked like he wanted to come in to attack it, but waited at the baseline. Now they settle at the baseline. A forehand Nakashima. Kim to his right with a cross-court forehand. It floats over. Now a backhand from Kim. That just catches in for Nakashima's backhand. Backhand flattened out big by Kim. What a winner. From a neutral position, he decided to strike, and he hit gold.
What Kim did so well is he sensed that ball was going to bounce around the service line. He took a little flitter step in, caught that ball above shoulder height, and was able to drive it down for a short cross-court angle winner on the backhand side.
Frances Tiafoe, Martin Dahm on serve in the opening set. That's on the grandstand. A lot happening here on this Wednesday. It's Nakashima now under pressure. It's 6-8 in this 10-point tiebreak. It's a forehand from the American. Backhand cross from the Swiss player, Jerome Kim, who moves to his right with a forehand cross. Forehand cross from Nakashima. Now it's a forehand from Kim. Slice forehand Nakashima. Backhand sliced over from Kim. Here comes Nakashima with a forehand. Retreats. Doesn't need to do anything because Kim missed from the baseline. His forehand into net. 8-7 in the 10-point tiebreak.
What Nakashima was able to do, he used his slice backhand cross court to draw Kim forward, scooping a backhand up above the net, and then took that next ball early, drove a forehand cross court, making Kim traverse across the court to the deuce side, not able to get there in enough time and make that forehand shot.
4 hours, 18 minutes. And Jerome Kim now serving at 8-7 in this 10-point tiebreak. 22-year-old's toss, and he thumps one up the center, blocked back into net by Nakashima. No response for that thunderbolt from Jerome Kim, who's got a couple of match points on Brandon Nakashima.
At moments like this, you want to have a serve that you can rely on, and Kim, point after point, has been able to serve up these great serves on the first serve, making sure that he's in control of the point for the duration.
What does he do here? Chance for the biggest win of his life. 9-7. Couple of match points against the 30th seed. He missed the first serve long. Kim peers across the net twice. Bouncing away, and now the second serve. 9-7. Fifth set tiebreak into the forehand of Nakashima. Kim's forehand, same from Nakashima. Kim goes now to the backhand. They trade cross court. Kim steps in with the forehand, and it finds the net. Nakashima survives.
So this is, you can't get much closer of a match. At 9-8 in the breaker, what I would advise my players to do is swing out to big targets with massive amounts of height over the net so that they can play, they can be brave, they can hit the shots that they want, but they give themselves some margin.
Taylor Fritz just held in about a 6-minute game that took 16 points, so he maintains his lead in the third set on Lloyd Harris, 3-1. Second match point here for Jerome Kim, but it's on Brandon Nakashima's serve, 8-9 here in this 10-point tiebreak. Oh, Nakashima almost responded in style, but that serve was just long down the center. Second serve for the Southern Californian. It comes down into the forehand. What an attack from Kim, who's now into the service line, crushes a forehand. Nakashima can't get the pass to go, and that's it. Jerome Kim, 22 years old. His U.S. Open debut sees him playing into the third round of the U.S. Open. Nakashima and Kim hug after their 4-hour-plus battle of attrition here on court 12. What a moment for the exhausted Jerome Kim.
That is his 6th match already of the tournament. He has to be elated, and now he needs to go really focus on getting some recovery. He just hit a pseudo golf stroke, so maybe he likes to golf too.
Yeah, that's quite the celebration for Jerome Kim. He took, exactly as you said, he took his racket, stood at the center of the court, and basically played a chip shot. Nothing easy about that win, though. 5 sets over Brandon Nakashima in a 5th set tiebreak, 10-8. Jerome Kim, the Swiss qualifier, is through to the third round of the U.S. Open. He'll face either Taylor Fritz or Lloyd Harris. They're underway in the third set, midway through the third set. They're even on sets. It's Fritz up a break. We'll head into Armstrong in a moment, but for right now, we'll take a quick break and, of course, congratulate Jerome Kim, the qualifier from Switzerland, into the third round of the U.S. Open after a 5th set tiebreak. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express.
Prim Suripapat alongside Thomas Mahat. Thomas, congratulations on a very decisive win against an opponent that a lot of people have been talking about this year.
Yeah, he's a great opponent. He's such a great player, and it was a very difficult match from the beginning. And I was stepping on the court to enjoy the match because if you play against this guy, you just want to enjoy the match and try to play your best tennis. And the results, you just try to watch the score, and that's it. But I was trying to play my best tennis, and I was very surprised that I'm winning in straight sets. And I enjoyed the match, yeah, definitely.
It's funny, you say that you're surprised about winning in straight sets. What do you think is most surprising about that?
Well, it's not easy to play against a very difficult opponent and to keep the level high every set. It's very difficult. So I was very happy about that, and I was very solid. I was playing great on the serve. Yeah, great.
Every Grand Slam has a different culture, a different feel. New York is so unique because it's so colorful, dynamic, energetic. How do you balance the crowd, atmosphere, and with just your tennis personality?
Yeah, I like to play against the crowd. That if they're cheering for me, if they're cheering for the opponent, I just happy for that because you play for this, to play in front of the crowd. And I was very happy that there was lots of people. I was playing grandstand, so good. I was happy. Yeah.
Thomas, thank you so much. Congrats on the win, and best of luck in the next round. Thank you. All right, guys, back to you.
I hear you have some breaking news in the pop world.
Yeah, apparently some fans who were at the U.S. Open last year have apparently announced their engagement. Remember that they saw Jannik Sinner did Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, but I guess they've announced their engagement. I just got a lot of texts. I'm by no means a Swiftie or anything, a big Kansas City Chiefs fan, but I'm sure that will be the news of the day. Although, as we, only 18 minutes past 1 o'clock, and we have seen plenty of news over the last few days involving mostly photographers and haircuts here at the U.S. Open as we complete first-round play on this Tuesday, and Kopseva nets the backhand into the bottom of the net.
I mean, are you sure you don't want to sing a Taylor Swift song on the radio?
I don't want to subject everybody to that. Most importantly, you.
Maybe you and the Coldplay Kiss Cam. You wouldn't be caught dead in a situation like that, would you?
Well, for many reasons, no. Very, very happy domestic situation.
Welcome to the U.S. Open.
The dream never fades.
When the fans, they scream and yell my name, that definitely sparks me.
The energy that I get here, I don't get it anywhere else.
Energy from the crowd is really unmatched.
The last Grand Slam of the season. Super excited to finally play in New York. Having a Grand Slam under your belt definitely takes a little bit of the pressure off.
Blinkova with a brilliant shot.
I think it was an amazing run for me last year. It definitely gave me so much confidence.
I played with a lot of passion, played with a lot of energy, and kind of in your face, and I hope you guys enjoy it.
Get ready for the next star to shine. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And we welcome you back to beautiful day 4 here at the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. I'm Prim Suripapat. We're live here. I'm here in the Whisper section in Arthur Ashe Stadium as the American and 4th seed Jessica Pegula is taking on Aryna Blinkova. And Pegula right now took the opening set in a commanding 6-1 score, but we're tied up 30 all here. 3 all, 30 all. Pegula serving. Looking to go up here and take the lead, but it's a packed house here in Arthur Ashe Stadium. And guys, here in the Whisper section, Brian and Megan, I know you're there in the studio, and it's just fantastic setting. Oftentimes they call it hump day on Wednesday, but what better place to be than here at the 2025 U.S. Open?
No argument from the studio here, Prim. But the other thing that you say that's absolutely true, and Megan, I know we've talked about this, the weather is incredible. And that's certainly nice to come out and watch because it's very comfortable. But it's huge for the players where they're not in the traditional U.S. Open conditions with, heat in the 90s, searing humidity. It's pleasant outside.
It's also great for the tournament. You can't imagine the scheduling nightmare and all the back of house stuff that goes into making this the spectacular event that it is. But to have 3 weeks without rain, wow, that is really helpful to the players, the fans, and the tournament organizers.
Yeah, there's and the forecast through the rest of the tournament looks very good. There's a chance for maybe rain one night this weekend, but other than that, it looks crystal clear. Hopefully we don't jinx it, and we can continue enjoying this fabulous weather. Taylor Fritz has been enjoying life a bit more here in this third set, but it's come at a price to Lloyd Harris, who's had the physio out at almost every changeover. Harris was having his right quad area really worked on. I'm not sure if it's, we saw in Zach Svida's match against Novak Djokovic, he was having the physio out during changeovers, and when the physio comes out just during a changeover and there's no medical timeout, that might be a sign of cramping, because if you're a player, you can't get a medical timeout for cramp. You can get attention during the changeover, but nothing more. But whatever the issue is for Lloyd Harris, it is affecting him on court. And it's 15-love right here.
And during that last changeover as well, Fritz took his left shoe off. Why? I don't know, but he was hanging out with sock out and shoe off.
Now he tries to pass Harris, who got there. Somehow Fritz moving him all over, and Fritz had that extra burst of athleticism to realize that Harris was getting to that ball, sprint in from the baseline, and go with the cross-court volley winner.
Well, Fritz, on his backhand passing shot, was able to get Harris stretched on the backhand volley. The only thing that Harris could do hitting that volley so far below the net is drop shot. Fritz knew it. He was already darting in before the ball came off Harris's racket.
Backhand into the backhand cross. Now forehand from Fritz, middle of the court. Now forehand inside in. Fritz slides into it. Backhand from Harris. Fritz to his left with a backhand cross court. Backhand cross from Harris. Backhand cross Fritz. They trade. Now Fritz, center of the baseline, goes forehand. Pulls Harris to his right. His forehand just landed in. Fritz slid towards it and missed it long. Fritz almost couldn't believe that Harris's ball was in. It's 30-15.
Harris is playing such high-risk tennis. I mean, he's going for the lines. He's not giving himself much room for error. So that means he's also made a ton of unforced errors. He's made 41 unforced errors to Fritz's 30. And Fritz has made 37 total winners in this match. And Harris has only made 27. So he's playing outside of his range, which is why he's down 5-1 in this third set.
40-15 here for Harris. He wants to at least make Fritz serve out this set. Pegula and Blinkova, as we just heard from Prim, are in the second set on Ash after Pegula won the first set 6-1. A tighter second set. Blinkova at 3-4 right now is serving. Body serve from Harris. Fritz played it with the backhand. Now moves to his left, slices a backhand. Harris to his right forehand. Fritz backhand cross on the outside. Harris slices a backhand. Now Fritz nets his backhand. And Harris holds, but Taylor Fritz will serve at 5-2.
One of the great things I love about tennis, Brian, is that our listeners across the world, you check, go on usopen.org and see if there's a player playing from your country. Because if they can do it, you can too.
That's a great point. And today was certainly a day for that because of all the attention on players from countries that don't maybe have that Grand Slam tradition. Unfortunately, their U.S. Opens ended today, but Janice Chen of Indonesia, she was beaten by Emma Raducanu, first match on Armstrong, and Alex Yala of Christina Buxa. She lost to Christina Buxa. That was the first match on court 7. Prim Saripapat in Ash Stadium. We'll check in with Prim in a bit.
Today is our traditional HBCU Live, a part of the Be Open initiative that the USTA and US Open have trying to make this sport more inclusive. And I was at a talk earlier before I came here, and they were talking about representation and how seeing someone who looks like you, who comes from the same country, whatever it could be, seeing them gives you an opportunity, gives you permission to go and try it for yourself.
Yeah, that's one of the very cool initiatives this year at the U.S. Open. Of course, the whole tournament theme of 75 years of breaking barriers, marking 75 years since Althea Gibson broke the color barrier at the then U.S. Championships, the precursor to the U.S. Open. And just the different tributes. Of course, the tournament art is a really cool profile of Althea. The USTA dedicated the statue of Althea Gibson a few years ago right here at the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center.
Althea Gibson learned how to play tennis in the streets of Harlem.
Yes.
A tennis court does not have to be the tennis court that we're looking at right now. You can get out some tape and make a net and really try what it's like to play, to move the ball, to feel what it's like on your strings. Some people even started playing with their hands. Try it.
Taylor Fritz serving for the third set and a 2-1 lead over Lloyd Harris at 15 love. Fritz goes with a backhand cross court. Now a backhand cross again from Fritz. Backhand middle from Harris. Forehand Fritz. A short forehand Harris. A leaning backhand from Fritz. Backhand cross Harris. Backhand cross from Fritz. They trade. Harris goes up the line and it caught the line. Nifty looking backhand from Lloyd Harris. A winner for 15 all.
Not a strategy I would advise. The one that Harris is deploying right now, which is really go for broke. But at the moment, it seems to be working for him. He's just making those balls land. Harris in the corner of the sidelines.
First serve missed from Harris, or from Fritz rather. Now Harris with the forehand reply. Backhand from Harris is long. It's 30-15 for Fritz. It's worth noting, by the way, during that last changeover that Harris once again had the physio out. That seemed like just more of a talk. I'm not sure if he's going to take a medical timeout or leave the court after this set. But obviously, Lloyd Harris is having some physical issues. Serve out wide. It sits up for Fritz to blast a forehand winner. He stayed in the ad service box on the far side. He wasn't giving up any court, and he crushed the winner for 40-15. And he's got a couple of set points and a chance for 2-1.
Fritz does such an awesome job of making sure that those high forehands in the middle of the court, they don't come back. He hits with a proper trajectory and drives through the court.
And Fritz holds with an ace to win the set with an ace. A much better third set for Taylor Fritz. We will see if Lloyd Harris is going to be able to recover physically. It's already been a long U.S. Open road for the qualifier, but we've already got one men's qualifier into the third round. That was Jerome Kim over Brandon Nakashima. That match wrapped up a few minutes ago. And right now in Ash, it seems like Jessica Pegula could be a few minutes from the finish line, Prim.
That's right, guys. She's serving for the match right now, up 6-1, 5-3, 15 love. And that last game took her a few break points to convert. She was able to hit a forehand down the line return, beautiful shot, and on the next point, her third break point of the game, was a lucky tip of the net and just fell over on Blinkova's side, and with a little help and luck, she's up 5-3 right now, 30 love in total command.
Yeah, we'll stay here for perhaps the end of this match. Jessica Pegula trying to get back to the third round of the U.S. Open. She reached the final here, of course, a year ago, beaten by Aryna Sabalenka. But Pegula now with a second serve at 30 love into the center of the box. A forehand from Blinkova, who's into the second round here for the first time in her career. Backhand at the left sideline. A running forehand pass, a good one from Pegula. 40 love.
Blinkova, that was an interesting shot selection, being stretched all the way on that backhand side, sending over a mediocre backhand down the line, out of position, giving Pegula the whole due side, right side of the court, to gently hit that forehand as a winner.
And bring up a couple of match points for Pegula, who misses the first serve. She's set, looks across the court. There's the toss, and there's the serve, and it's right down into the backhand of Blinkova. A forehand from Pegula. She nets it. Blinkova stays alive. 40-15.
And pumps her fist. A 6-1, 5-3 down, 40, now 40-15. I like that she hasn't given up yet.
40-15 here for Pegula. Toss that serve out wide. Almost sounded like she didn't strike that ball as cleanly as she wanted. It doesn't matter. She hits the forehand right behind Blinkova. And Jessica Pegula sets up an intriguing third round showdown at the U.S. Open. Last year's runner-up will meet the three-time finalist here, Victoria Azarenka, in a third round tilt. Pegula makes straightforward work of Anna Blinkova. 6-1, 6-3 for the American.
She needed some easy victories to give her the confidence. It's never easy when players don't win as much as they used to. In tennis, I mean, maybe everything, you got to win in order to have confidence. So this is a great chance for Pegula to really put herself in a position to go the distance in this tournament.
And her distance will extend to at least the third round against Victoria Azarenka. As we said, a 3-time runner-up here. It's great to see Victoria Azarenka back at the U.S. Open and winning a match over Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova, just given the fact that you don't know how many more times you would see Vika at the U.S. Open here on tour. But Jessica Pegula into the third round of the U.S. Open. Fourth set is underway on Armstrong, where Taylor Fritz, last year's runner-up on the men's side, is up 2-1 on Lloyd Harris. And it's Harris serving first to begin the fourth set. We'll head back inside Armstrong. We'll also check in on Frances Tiafoe and Martin Dahm on the grandstand. We've got it all on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Back on this Wednesday at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, Brian Clark with Megan Moulton-Levy. We're back in Louis Armstrong Stadium, where the troubles have spilled into the fourth set for Lloyd Harris. He is down a second break point to Taylor Fritz, and he has been broken with a soft second serve out wide that Fritz barely had to move his feet and pounce, striking a backhand down the line for an opening break to begin the fourth set. Harris, the qualifier from South Africa, a few years removed from a quarterfinal appearance here, won the first set 6-4. Fritz was in some interesting moments in that second set tiebreak, but he was able to find a way to win the tiebreak, and then Fritz much more comfortably in the third set, 6-2. And now begins the fourth set with a break. We're also watching on the grandstand where Frances Tiafoe is about to serve for the opening set against Martin Dahm, the qualifier from the United States, 5-4. Cameron Norrie is up 2-0 on Francisco Comesana. That's on court 5. On Stadium 17, Casper Ruud, runner-up here a few years back, was down a set, then went up 2-1, and then lost the fourth set to Belgium's Raphael Collignon. And they are just beginning the fifth set. Marcos Giron was up 2-0 on Benjamin Bonzi of France, and then promptly lost the third set. And they are underway in the fourth set. Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, the 18th seed, split the first two sets with Arthur Rinderknecht, and Davidovich Fokina is up a break early in the third, trying to go up 3-1. Back here in Armstrong, it's Fritz serving with a backhand volley. Oh, what a pass as Harris on the run did a desperation backhand flick. And he tightened the angle just enough to land in. It's love 15.
That's one of those shots that Fritz just has to raise his hands, clap, and say, good shot, man.
And Harris looked towards this crowd as if to say, can you guys get behind me a little bit? I know I'm playing an American here, but shots like that, I can maybe give you a few more of those with a little bit more crowd support. Forehand from Fritz, cross court. Backhand from Harris. Forehand Fritz. They trade from the baseline. It's Harris with the backhand, far side. Fritz nets as he tried to change the pattern by going up the line. He went into the slightly higher part of the net, missed it, and is down love 30.
Harris has not had many opportunities at this match to be up 30 love on Fritz's serve. This point is crucial for Harris to continue to stay in the point. This could give him just a little bit of spread. 3 points in a row is hard to do, and I want him to focus on this point here.
Backhand from Fritz, now a stretched backhand Harris. In comes Fritz with a forehand. Harris tries to pass. Fritz cut it off with a lovely volley off his shoe tops. A low backhand volley that had so much side spin. Not that Harris was within a zip code of it, but he was never going to get that ball back in play.
So one thing you saw Fritz do when he got Harris in a position like that where he's digging up a volley off the ground is Fritz would have been halfway up running for that ball. Harris didn't have the same anticipation and wasn't able to get that beautiful volley that Fritz hit as a winner.
Frances Tiafoe just won the opening set with a lovely backhand volley on the grandstand over Martin Dahm. Back here in Armstrong, it's Fritz at 15-30 from the near baseline with a loopy forehand. Now moves into the backhand cross court. Slice backhand from Harris. Inside in forehand Fritz. Harris down the line. Did it catch the outside? No, it just missed. We saw him pull that shot off earlier in the third set. That forehand crushed down the line over the high part of the net, but there it was about a ball width wide of the sideline.
I'm almost certain last year I shared with everyone that as a coach, I decided that I was going to be disciplined. If that shot goes in, a lot of coaches would clap, even though it's super risky. And if they miss it, then you get mad. So I decided last year, even for a highlight reel shot like that, I'm not clapping because I don't want to send my player the impression that that was a good shot selection.
I like that approach. Stretched out backhand from Fritz. Running around it was Harris into the Fritz backhand. Taylor goes deep. Harris dug it off the baseline. Now a short forehand ball from Fritz, who moves back to the baseline for a backhand cross. Fritz backhand cross again. A little bit deeper on that ball. Now he plays a third consecutive backhand. Harris meets it. Fritz swings around and watches Harris miss long. 40-30 for Fritz.
But in all seriousness, players, there are so many decisions that have to be made each point you hit. And you can never make all of the most perfect decisions. So you got to be free, and whatever you decide to do, you have to commit to it. And sometimes players like Harris has been doing when he's deep in the corner, you got to rip and go for that down the line screecher winner. Just give yourself a little bit more space away from the line so that if you don't hit it perfectly, you still might make it.
Fritz just double faulted for the third time in the match. First time in this set, and we're at deuce. Casper Ruud is up a break, but down break points on Rafael Collignon in the fifth set on Stadium 17. Good serve out wide from Fritz. Nice forehand return over that high part of the net from Harris. Megan wouldn't have applauded there. It's a backhand middle. Now a backhand middle from Fritz. Backhand middle from Harris. They trade cross court. Harris backhand middle. Fritz waits for it with a short ball, middle backhand. Fritz moves left, cross court backhand. A little bit deeper on that ball. Now Taylor fouls it in with a sweeping forehand. He's in the net. Gets low for the backhand volley. Picturesque stuff from the American number one.
I mean, that might be in his repertoire. It's not a joke. He's done that 2 times in the past 2 games. So you get that ball down to Fritz for a low shoelace volley. He's going to carve the inside of the ball and drop it right in that front box, right in front of him. And that ball might end up in the alley. That is something that he can do consistently.
Advantage Fritz. Just missed that serve long. 130 on that one from Taylor, who's gotten it up to 134 in the match. Second serve goes into the backhand wing. They trade cross court with backhands. It's Fritz to his left. Netted the cross court backhand. This game not over yet.
Fritz has not found himself in many situations where he's having deuce exchanges on his serve. In that third set, there was one game that lasted. Do you remember how long that his longest service? Maybe 4 minutes, 6 minutes.
6.
I think it was
I
6
think it was
minutes.
about 6.
On average, his service games have lasted about 2 minutes. And now Fritz is in a situation where he's being pushed on his serve.
Backhand middle from Fritz. Now it's a forehand from Harris. Fritz, center of the baseline, about a yard behind the baseline. Moves to his left with a cross-court backhand. They trade from the baseline. Fritz now turns it up with an inside-in forehand. Moves to his left. Angled the backhand, but into net. And now Fritz is down a break point.
Getting Fritz moving to the backhand, either keeping that cross-court add-to-add, cross-court exchange for Harris worked in that first set. Fritz is starting to show a little wear on that backhand side when he's moving, just peppering in some more unforced errors off of that backhand side.
Break point here for Lloyd Harris to break right back early in this fourth set. 2 hours, 46 minutes into the match. Taylor Fritz leading 2-1. It's Harris now running around to hit a forehand. The backhand cross from Fritz. Backhand middle from Harris. Backhand cross court from Fritz. Now Fritz again with the cross court backhand. Backhand from Harris. Fritz to his left with the cross court backhand. Backhand down the right sideline from Harris. Forehand middle Fritz. Forehand middle from Harris. Fritz goes cross court with a backhand. Opens up into a medium ball forehand. Moves right. Harris exploited it with power. Now Harris attacking. He's got Fritz on the run, and he's got himself a break. Lloyd Harris saw the opening. He pounced. Fritz didn't have an answer. And we have an exchange of breaks to begin this fourth set. 1 game all.
And only the first break that Fritz has encountered this whole match. That's not true. It's definitely not. I'm
going
looking.
to let you work that out. The first set, Harris won 6-4. That was the first break since then.
Thank you. You were just waiting for me to go,
No, I was panicked
that's
actually
not right.
too. Our monitors can be a little confusing to read just based on how they're laid out. But what we do know is that it's 1-1 here in the fourth set. Taylor Fritz in front of the qualifier from South Africa. Lloyd Harris 2-1. We've already got one qualifier through to the third round at the expense of an American, and that's Jerome Kim, who beat Brandon Nakashima in a fifth set tiebreak a little while ago on court 12. Jerome Kim awaits the winner of this match. Love 15 here for Lloyd Harris. Who misses that serve into net. Second serve into the short backhand of Fritz, who moves right, but Harris had missed it long, and it's love 30.
Again, Harris finds himself in a situation where he's down love 30 consistently, making it so hard for him to hold serve, putting more strain on his arm, his leg, when he has to load on those legs and jump up and hit 129 serves for this match to only Fritz's 104.
Harris's toss right down the center. That's a good serve. He followed it in, didn't need to do anything because Fritz's backhand block was long. It's 15-30. Jakub Menchik, the Miami champion, is up a set over another qualifier, Hugo Blanchet of France. He won the first set in a tiebreak. They're at 2-2 in the second. That's on court 7. Cameron Norrie up 2-0 on Francisco Comesana of Argentina. One women's match on court right now. The backhand return from Fritz, who moves to his right with a forehand. Now Harris off the back foot plays a forehand from the baseline, steps into the court for a cross-court forehand. Backhand over, now to an inside-in forehand Harris, a sliding forehand cross-court Fritz. Fritz leans to his right for that forehand, glides to his left, plays a short backhand that snuck past Harris. Harris was approaching the net maybe a bit late, and Fritz saw the opening and coaxed the ball through the hole.
Just so lackadaisically when he comes in, Harris does not explode after his approach shot. So he ends up hitting his first volley behind the service line. If you've done a good job with your approach shot, your volley should be above net height, making it almost impossible to miss that volley.
Couple of break points here for Fritz. We've got a chance for 3 consecutive breaks to begin this fourth set. Forehand return from Fritz, forehand Harris, slice backhand Fritz, cross court. Harris runs around to hit a forehand. He hits it deep into the ad corner. Now he's got the open court, plays a forehand middle. Harris in at net from the service line. Here's Fritz. What a pass for another break.
Fritz has really good hands on the run. When he's given a target, he can really work that ball and dip it down at his opponent's feet. He has done a great job with those passing shots. Unfortunately, Harris has not picked the right times to come in and hasn't been so successful on his attempts coming forward. Only at 25% of points won at the net in this set and 45 overall. He has to see that and make a slight adjustment when he decides to come forward.
Taylor Fritz up 2-1 and 2 games to 1 in the fourth on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Just one women's match on court right now. Barbora Krejcikova is up a break, an early break on Japan's Moyoka Uchijima. 3-2. That's on court 12. Back here in Armstrong, it's France.